petter.
Yeah.
That was their first year of soccer.
Yes, my kids were dandelion pickers. Yeah.
There's a lot of that, yeah.
Okay, we are live.
Thank you. Just waiting on Miss Roberts.
Yes. I also have someone signed in twice as Miss Roberts, so I'll just ask her about that.
Hello, Miss Roberts.
Okay, second person's gone.
Good morning.
Sorry, I have the wrong mouse. My headphones aren't working. It's been a day. Sorry.
Already, it's just 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. We're live streaming again. Amanda, if you can start the recording. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the arbitration hearing on the intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement between Woodlands County and the town of Whitecourt. This is August 19th, and we're continuing the evidence of Janine Scheck-Loberg. Ms. Scheck-Loberg, sorry. Do you acknowledge that you are still under affirmation to tell the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you. If there's nothing we have to deal with before we begin, Ms. Roberts, you can begin your questioning. I did get your witness list, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. House. Good morning, Ms. Scheck-Loberg. May I just have you confirm whether or not you've spoken to anybody about your evidence since we were last here yesterday afternoon?
No, I haven't.
Thank you. Ms. Scheck-Loberg, I think you said to me yesterday that you were observing the proceedings on Monday of this week when Mr. Hollett, Steve Hollett, was testifying, correct?
Correct.
And you were there when he pulled up the map on the Muni site website, correct?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall him identifying the section of the water system that was constructed by the county? It's referenced in paragraph 11 of his statement as being at a cost of $300,000. Do you recall him pointing that out?
Yes, that was the river crossing that he pointed out.
Okay, it's the section that goes underneath the CN rail tracks, right?
Sorry, my apologies. The rail line crossing, yes.
And do you recall Mr. Ward asking Mr. Hollett to confirm that that what I'll call the $300,000 section was primarily for the benefit of the county?
I recall some questions of that sort, yes.
Yeah, and that Mr. Hollett confirmed that, correct?
I'm sorry, I can't
You can't recall, okay.
recall, sorry.
You would agree with me that Woodlands County is responsible for maintaining that section, the $300,000 section, correct?
Correct.
And that the county owns that section, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of an instance within the last year or so, maybe a year and a half, when the town requested the possibility of connecting to that $300,000 section?
Sorry, within the last 3 years?
Oh, I think it was actually in 2020, but I don't have a document in front of me, so I'm going from memory and I might be mistaken. I'd say in the last 18 months, there was a request from the town to connect, to stub off on one of the portions of the $300,000 section, as I'm calling it. Are you aware of that? It's for a project by your predecessor, Mr. Yekola.
I'm just trying to think. I know we were doing a major water upgrade project, and one of the components did include a river crossing. It would make sense to tie that into that system to loop it. So that may have been the case, but I'm sorry, I cannot confirm.
Okay.
And that project did not proceed across the river, so.
Okay. We can agree that if there was a tie-in, obviously that $300,000 section would also be benefiting the town.
I think the intent would be to loop the system for redundancy, primarily to service what it leads to in the county.
But you would require that section to do that, would you not?
Well, it depends on where you tie in, but yes, yeah, the looping would be beneficial for both parties.
If I can have you look back, we looked at this yesterday briefly, but at paragraph 6 of your statement, that's where you talk about the lump sum $400,000 payment that's referenced at Schedule A to the agreement, the wastewater agreement that's at tab 3. So I'll just refer you to page 42 of your statement, is that Schedule A item. And then you refer to that in paragraph 6, which is on page 3 of your statement. And what you say there, that what Schedule A says is that it's in lieu of off-site levies. And you say in paragraph 6 that it's in recognition of past capital costs incurred by the town. Can you tell me what specifically was being paid for? Do you know?
I can't give you any specifics. I believe the 400,000 was an agreed upon amount to connect into our system.
Okay. In paragraph 7, you refer to a connection fee that you describe in the 4th line there as a contribution for treatment and trunk facilities. That would be for infrastructure that already exists within the town, correct?
Sorry, Ms. Roberts, you cut out there during that question.
Oh, okay. I'll just start over because I don't know where I cut out, obviously. So sorry, I'm looking at paragraph 7 of your statement. There you talk about a connection fee. And you're specifically talking about connection fees in the Woodlands Business Park. And you say there that it's a contribution for treatment and trunk facilities. You see that?
Yes, yep.
Is that infrastructure that already exists in the town?
I believe that comes from our rural utility servicing policy, which is Appendix 9. I think clause 11 in there, where the customer shall pay a contribution for treatment and trunk facilities at twice the rate established. So it doesn't clarify whether it's existing or any new that we would have to put in, but for those purposes.
Sorry, which section? Are you referring to the Schedule A to the policy?
I am referring to,
Just let
sorry,
me know where you are in the document.
yeah, so Appendix 9 is the policy. And I'm in Schedule A of the policy, clause 11. It's on screen there.
See. In paragraph 7, you say that that connection fee is paid to the town when they, being properties in the Woodlands Business Park, are connected to the town's water and wastewater system. My understanding is that properties in the Woodlands Business Park would be tying into the portion of that, the system that is built there by Woodlands County. Is that also your understanding?
Yes, the portion of the water mains in and around the business park are owned and operated by Woodlands County. So that reference is in regards to, because that line ties into the towns.
Okay. And so your statement just talks about the property in the Woodlands Business Park paying a connection fee or connecting to the town, but it's not actually connecting to the town's water wastewater system. It's connecting to the county system, which in turn is linked to the town system, correct?
Yes,
And you're aware that the county, in having built that system that's around the business park, also charges a connection fee, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And is any portion of that treatment and trunk facilities that you're talking about in paragraph 7 the same infrastructure that was included in a $400,000 lump sum?
As mentioned, that 400,000 was an agreed upon amount. It did not specify any infrastructure. But I think the intent is that they're buying into the capacity. So we had built a wastewater treatment plant, a water treatment plant with a certain amount of capacity. And in that regard, they were buying into the capacity that we had already created.
So if I understand you correctly from your evidence yesterday and your evidence just now, the $400,000 fee that we're talking about in paragraph 6 of your statement, and that's in Schedule A to the water wastewater agreement. In the water wastewater agreement, it says in lieu of offsite levies. And we talked yesterday about the fact that offsite levies generally are for things that future development, correct?
Yes, offsite levies fund growth-related infrastructure improvements.
And so you can't tell me what the $400,000 is for specifically. You're saying it's just to buy into the capacity. Is that somehow different than what you're describing as the connection fee in 7?
Yes, 7 is the connection fee that's specifically in the agreement attributed to the Woodlands Business Park.
But Woodlands Business Park was part of what was served by the infrastructure for which the county paid $400,000. You would agree with that, correct?
Perhaps we should.
Sorry.
The way the water and wastewater agreement reads, I believe there's a couple clauses, 29. That's appendix 3, water and wastewater agreement. I'll take you to clause 29.
So it's on page 30.
So 29D specifically says, so DI, the non-residential development within the land described as the northeast 305912 west of the 5th, which is the Woodlands Business Park, is also subject to payment to the town of Whitecourt of 2 times the current water sewer offsite levy rates. So yes, there was the 400,000 lump sum that was paid. In addition, there was these connection fees for this specific area.
So we can agree that a developer who wants to develop in the Woodlands Business Park would have to pay both to connect to the system that they'd actually be using, the one the county built. In addition to that, they would be paying this double offsite levy fee that you described in paragraph 29D of the water wastewater agreement in order to develop that property, correct?
I believe so, correct, yeah.
The policy you referenced at tab 9 to your statement, that document was created in 2007 and then amended in 2008, so 5 years before the water wastewater agreement was passed, correct?
Correct.
And so, as I think you just demonstrated, in reality, what you're really relying on to charge that connection fee is the water wastewater agreement, and specifically paragraph 29D, as well as you would also be looking at 51D, correct, which is on page 34 of your statement. So that's for the wastewater service area. And there's the same legal description, I believe, north of 30, that northeast 30 business park description. Sorry, in D.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
And I think we confirmed yesterday, you read Ms. Lutwig's June 30th statement, correct?
I did, yes.
Yes. And you heard her evidence earlier this week on Monday, correct?
I believe I heard most of it, yes.
And do you recall, Karen, her being asked about and giving evidence to the effect that when she researched the county's records for the March 5, 2013 county council minutes, there was no agreement appended as described in the minutes. Did you hear that evidence, or do you recall hearing that evidence?
I recall her saying something to that effect, yes.
Okay. And if we turn to Ms. Lutwig's June 30th statement, I'm just gonna wait for her to stand there, and I'm gonna go to page 3, paragraph 6 first. Sorry, that's the reply. I just need the first one from June 30. Page 3. So there, if you look out, you see the heading there, negotiation of water and wastewater agreement?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, I'm gonna note that just to orient you, Ms. Lutwig there says she was aware that in 2012, the town and county began to develop a water wastewater agreement. And then in paragraph 7, she said she saw the draft, in her around October 2012, and it did not refer to development fees for connecting water and wastewater services. And then if I can have Ms. Antler turn to the next page, page 4. You reviewed the portion of Ms. Lutwig's statement, from June 30th, paragraphs 11 through 13, correct, where she says that the provisions at section 29 and also at section 51 were not in the version that she saw. Do you recall that?
I have read that, yes.
Okay. You're aware that's her evidence is all I'm really asking.
Yes, that's her evidence. I apologize. I can't confirm that.
Fair. Okay, so, and you recall, do you recall being contacted by Ms. Slutwig about the offsite levies that were being charged for the business park in or around or maybe it wasn't for the business park, I apologize, I can't confirm that. Do you recall being contacted by Ms. Slutwig about the offsite levies that were being imposed by the town and asking for a copy of the agreement that you have at tab 3?
But my only recollection in regards to Ms. Ludwig with these offsite levies is she was of the understanding that the 400,000 included the Woodlands Business Park. And so then I had referred her to the agreement that was signed with these 2 clauses in it that charged the offsite levy fee for the Woodlands Business Park.
Right. And you gave her a copy of the signed agreement, correct?
I might have, could have, yeah, I pointed her to the agreement, so I probably sent her the signed copy.
I'm going to have us turn to the other statement by Ms. Ludwig, the July 31, when Ms. Antlers would have that. And if I can have you look at pages we'll start with page 7. I think you said you read this statement as well, correct?
I read it, yes.
Okay, and this is an email. I think Mr. Ward asked Ms. Ludwig some questions about this email from Pat Vincent from November of 2018. And so I'm not asking you to read it all, but I'm going to ask you to look at the paragraph that is immediately below where it says airport service fees, and then it says issue in the paragraph immediately below that says I met twice with representatives of the town. First time just with the CAO, and the second time with Pat Vincent, Ms. Ludwig, Peter Schnell, yourself. You see that?
Yeah.
Do you recall being at that meeting?
I do, yes.
And by that time, in or around November of 2018, you were aware that the county had concerns about the cost of the connection fees, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Vincent says in his email that he provided the town with the summary, which I believe is at page 9. I'm going from memory, so let's just double check that. Yeah, that summary there. Do you recall seeing that at or around the time that you had the meeting that we just talked about?
I don't recall seeing it at the meeting, but I can verify some of the numbers in it for sure.
Okay, you'd seen it. Yeah, sorry. What I was meaning to say was around that time in November of 2018, not necessarily at the meeting, but you have a recollection of having seen it around that period of time.
Actually, seeing it in Ms. Ludwig's witness statement was the first time I recall seeing it, not to say that I hadn't seen it before.
Okay, so you're not sure, you don't believe that you got it when it was provided. When Mr. Vincent says he provided it to the town, it didn't go to you.
I can't confirm. There were a few emails back and forth, but I can't confirm what was contained in them. Sorry.
Okay, you just don't remember today is what you're saying?
Correct, yeah.
It's fine. Okay, if we can turn back to your statement, please. And specifically, we can go to paragraph 8. You refer in that paragraph to the town bylaw, whoops, that enacted the offsite levy, sorry, the offsite levy bylaw that was being referenced by Mr. Vincent. And that's at tab 10, I'm on page 137. If we turn to page 138, it appears to me that the third and final reading of this was September 25, 2017. And then it was signed by the mayor on October 12, 2017. You see that there?
I see that, yeah.
Okay. And that accords with your memory roughly of when this came into effect?
Yeah, if you look at number 13, just above the readings, it came into effect on January 1st, 2018.
Right. So the town changed its offsite levy bylaw before the county terminated the tax revenue sharing agreement, correct?
I'm just gonna work back the dates in my head. January 1st, yes, that would be a fair statement.
This bylaw specifically applies to properties within the town of Whitecourt, correct?
Correct.
Because the town has no jurisdiction over properties outside of its boundaries, correct?
Correct.
Were you involved in the preparation or consultation with respect to this bylaw at all?
I was, yes.
Okay. So when it says in the third whereas, where it says, whereas the town of Whitecourt has engaged in consultation with the public and representatives of the development industry, are you able to tell me what representatives of the development industry means there?
So what we did is we had a few open houses. They were publicly advertised, so anyone could have come. But we also sent direct invitations to the builders and developers in the Whitecourt Woodlands area that we were aware of.
So within the jurisdiction of the town where this bylaw would apply?
Yeah, developers that were in the area that we thought, we may be impacted by this bylaw, we made sure we sent them a direct invite. But it was also publicly advertised. So if we missed any, hopefully they would have seen it that way.
And you mean developers with properties that develop properties in Whitecourt, correct?
Yeah, developers that had currently, previously, or just a developer in the area that possibly could have that we knew of.
What do you mean by the area?
Well, through your workings with builders and developers, you kind of get to know who's here and who's kind of doing what and who might have some interest. So those that we've had any sort of contact with or reference with, we made sure we invited them.
And you wouldn't specifically be sending that out to property owners near the Whitecourt Airport or the Woodlands Business Park because they're not within the jurisdiction of the bylaw, correct?
There was no property owner notification. As I mentioned, it was just a public advertisement. And then the only invitations that did go out was to different builders and developers.
Okay. And similarly, the last whereas it says you advertised, and I know you've already said this, but I'm just going to draw you to the document where it says council has advertised its intention to pass this bylaw. That's specifically obviously targeted within the town because it's a town bylaw, correct?
Correct.
Can I have you look to paragraph 20? It's on page 6 of your statement. So we looked at this a little bit, just portions of this paragraph yesterday was the benefits that you say are realized from these agreements that are referenced in your statement. And the second bullet there, you refer to a regional distribution system. I just want to confirm that I'm understanding that correctly. Are you referring to the water wastewater system?
Yes.
Are you specifically referring to both the Whitecourt and the Woodlands County regional, or sorry, water and wastewater distribution systems?
Yes.
You'd agree with me with respect to water, that water is a commodity, correct?
Correct.
And so there are opportunities under statute and just within the authority that exists in Alberta to have a regional, for example, we'll just stick with water. We talk about a regional water distribution system. There can be a regional distribution system and gain approval, and then it can be used, for example, in the way that Whitecourt and Woodlands County are currently set up. So that could become a regional system as opposed to right now it's two distinct systems, correct?
I believe there are mechanisms, yes, that would allow for that.
There's a regulator for things like regional water distribution systems or other utilities, the AUC, Alberta Utilities Commission, correct?
Correct.
You're familiar with the Alberta Utilities Commission, yes?
Yes.
And currently, if Whitecourt and if the town of Whitecourt and Woodlands County wanted to enter into a water servicing agreement, typically that kind of agreement would be subject to AUC approval, correct?
I believe there are some terms that would require AUC approval. I'm sorry, I don't know those terms offhand.
That's okay, thank you. And would you agree with me that it's very unlikely that Alberta Utilities Commission would approve a regional water system in which there are connection fees charged by a provider that is not the provider who's actually delivering the service to a user?
I'm not sure I understand. Can you repeat the question?
I can rephrase it if that would be helpful.
Sure.
So I'll be very specific. I'm gonna suggest to you that AUC would not approve a situation in which a property within the Woodlands Business Park was being charged a connection fee both by the county who is actually delivering the service and by the town who is not. Do you agree?
I'm sorry, I can't confirm that. I know that there are, AUC does deal with rates, and the rates do have to be reasonable, established by council, that sort of thing. I don't know how they would look at it. They may look at it as if Woodlands was the developer who installed the pipe, and therefore they're collecting back. They didn't sell the land, but they're collecting back through their connection fee. And then the town of Whitecourt was the one who built the water wastewater systems. I know it's not an offsite levy, but perhaps similar to an offsite levy, there's those fees as well. I can't say how the AUC would look at it. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you for being candid. There's no similar charge for business developments in the Whitecourt Business Park, right? There's no double connection fee charge there.
Sorry, say that again.
Businesses in the Whitecourt Business Park do not get charged for two connection fees, correct?
So you're talking about businesses that are located in the town of Whitecourt?
Correct.
So yes, so businesses in the town of Whitecourt would pay the offsite levy, but how we deal with development in town is the developer would install all of the connection lines and services to the properties, and typically they collect those fees back through the sale of the land, so that's handled that way. And then at time of development is when we charge our offsite levy. So yes, it would just be one charge to the developer in that respect.
If I can have you look at tab 5, which is one of the IDP bylaws. Excuse me, that you attached. And specifically at page 100. If I can have you look at article, it's under the heading review of IDP 4.1.2. I think we did confirm this yesterday, but I'm just gonna flip to the first page, which is 78. This was adopted in March of 2013, correct? Ms. Amber, I don't need you to go back if the witness recalls that. Do you recall that it was adopted in March of 2013?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So then if we stay on page 100, under 4.1.2, it says there that the municipalities, and I take that to be the town of Whitecourt and Woodlands County, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, did I cut out?
No, we can hear you, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, I asked you if you agree that the municipalities on page 100 under 4.1.2, you're in agreement with me that that is the town and the county?
Yes.
Okay. And then it says they shall undertake a minor review of the plan periodically with a major review after 5 years from the date on which the IDP is adopted by a bylaw. You see that?
Yes.
And there hasn't been a major review completed, correct?
It was initiated, but no, it has not yet been completed.
And it did not proceed, and it was commenced in or around the time when there were negotiations between the two municipalities, but they were unable to reconcile their positions on the IDP review. Is that correct?
Correct.
So to date, there hasn't been a major review done.
Not adopted, no.
I can have you look at the last page of the IDP, page 109. If you look at page 108, it says Appendix A, so this is Appendix A. And these are the permitted and discretionary uses for the Airport Industrial Transition District, correct?
Correct.
And am I correct in understanding that in part, these uses and what isn't on here were in part to ensure that there was adequate prioritization given to development in Whitecourt, the town of Whitecourt, within the town boundaries, relative to the area in the county, in the Woodlands Business Park?
In discussion with the county and creating these particular uses, it was a matter of going through to say what might be better located in the town and what might be better located in the county. So these were the list of uses that the town and county agreed would make sense at the Woodlands Business Park.
And it constrains what may and may not be developed in the Woodlands Business Park, correct?
They are subject to these terms, yes.
So if it's not on this list, if it's not on the permitted uses, then it comes down to be, and it is on the discretionary uses, then it may or may not be approved, correct?
Correct.
And if it's not on the discretionary uses and it's not on the permitted uses, it's not happening, correct?
As far as I'm aware, correct.
Okay, I'd like to move on to the school statement that you signed. Please. Actually, before we do that, sorry, may I just take, can I take 5 minutes? It might be less than 5 minutes, so I'm happy to come back sooner, but I just.
5 minutes is fine. We'll come back at 1:45.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, Ms. Sheck-Leberg, I have one other question for you, which is with respect to the connection fee that you described. I think it's paragraph 7, but I'll just go up and make sure that I'm not misleading you. You first talk about it in paragraph 7, the connection fee payable by properties in the Woodlands Business Park. Can you tell me what that money is used for?
I believe that money goes into reserve to fund future infrastructure improvements.
And is the reason that you're saying you believe is because it hasn't happened for many years?
I don't handle the financial side of things, so I can say from my knowledge that it's not an offsite levy, so I know it does not go into the offsite levy account. I'm assuming it would be put into one of our infrastructure type reserves, and the intent is to fund future infrastructure projects with it.
Okay. And since that the offsite levy bylaw that we were looking at, the town one that came into effect on January 1, 2018, there have been no development permits issued in the Woodlands Business Park that would have attracted that fee, correct?
I'm just trying to think. I'd have to refer to the spreadsheet on the Woodlands Business Park developments. I know there haven't been any for a while, so approximately, I would say.
You would have to look at what is it a document that you have in your statement?
No, sorry, I didn't attach it. So I have a listing of all the Woodlands Business Park properties that have developed and have paid, and I'm just not 100% familiar with the dates that the permits were issued. So my counterpart at the county gives me the property, when it was developed or when the building permit or development permit was issued. So that's kind of what I would be going off of.
Have you collected any of those connection fees since the bylaw was passed? From the Woodlands Business Park?
We have collected, I believe there's about 7 properties that have developed. I think you're asking at the new rate since 2018. No, I don't believe we've had any charged at that new rate. Sorry, that's what you're referring to. My apologies. Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. That was my question. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the school, please. So you did the Nicole St. Joseph School statement as well. Sheck-Leberg, was this development project part of your portfolio?
Yes.
When was the school constructed?
I believe it opened for the September 2017 school year. So I want to say somewhere around 2016, around that time.
Okay. Did I hear you say it opened in the September for the school year in 2017? September?
Yeah, I believe it opened for the September 2017 school year. So that's how I'm just working backwards. So it was likely around 2016 it was constructed.
Okay, thanks. And now that it's constructed, I take it it's moved into somebody else's department, not yours?
Well, the school board handles the school maintenance and operations.
Right. And would it be part of infrastructure for anything else in terms of the facility or no?
We have, I believe, a joint use agreement where there may be some like lawn maintenance. I'm not 100% familiar with that, but yes, that would be under the infrastructure department.
Okay. And I take it from the phrasing in your statement that there's no written contract between the county and the town with respect to cost sharing for the construction of the school.
No written contract, no.
And it wasn't identified in Schedule C to the cost sharing agreement, correct?
Correct.
And am I correct in understanding that the reason it is included in this ICF arbitration is what I think you've described as the town's understanding that the county would, and by saying what you've described as the understanding, I'm going to put in air quotes, that the county would pay for some of that construction cost? Is that why it's here?
Through the ICF process, did you want to interject some?
I'm not sure, Ms. Roberts, if you're asking her to speak for the county's position on these issues, which I think we indicated that we wouldn't do at this stage. If your question is about her understanding of the background or the evidence related to it, I'm happy to have her answer that question, but I assume you're not actually asking her to express the position in the arbitration on this issue.
I'm going to have you turn to paragraph 4, please, Ms. Schecklover. You say the town's understanding was that the county would share in the cost to construct necessary infrastructure improvements to service the site St. Joseph's School now sits on. See that?
Yes.
Did you personally have that understanding?
It was my understanding.
And where did you get the understanding from?
Through discussions, as I mentioned, that I was around during this time, the school was under my portfolio. So that was the information that was passed down to me, is that, that there was meetings, the town and county were working together on this project with Living Waters. And it was my understanding that there would be cost sharing on it.
But in this particular statement, you're not speaking for yourself only, you're speaking for the town, correct?
Yes.
And if I understand the statement correctly, it's a capital cost contribution. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to have us look back at the IDP that is tab 5 of your water wastewater statement, please. Right, tab 4. I'm going to look at the one tab 4. I apologize. And specifically page 9, I believe. So page 49, sorry, of the water wastewater statement. Am I correct in understanding that the IDP that we were talking about earlier, that's at both tab 4 and tab 5 of your water wastewater statement, that applies to the area in which the school was built? Is that right?
Yes, the IDP includes lands within the town and county borders to a certain distance.
Right, and that would include the Athabasca Flats East area that the school was built in?
Correct.
And if I have you look at the bottom of the first column under 1.5 on page 49, where it says leapfrog development. See that?
Yeah.
What it says there is that it says leapfrog development, and it's the definition. Development not contiguous with the build-up area, requiring the extension of municipal services across undeveloped land. This is generally accepted as an unnecessarily expensive practice and instigates sprawl. You see that?
Yes.
And so from your planning, if I ask you to wear your planning hat for a moment, from a planning perspective, it creates inefficiencies as well as unnecessary cost to jump over undeveloped land and start developing on the other side of land that's undeveloped when you could develop adjacent to existing developed land, correct?
Correct.
And that is exactly what happened with the school, correct? The school is a leapfrog development within the town's boundaries when there was other land that had not been developed but adjacent to developed land. And this school was developed in land that was, by the definition on page 49 of your water wastewater statement, a leapfrog development. Is that correct?
Yes, it was a leapfrog development.
If we turn back 2 pages in the IGP to page 47 of your water wastewater statement, in Article 1.1, which is the purpose and background section, you're with me there?
Yes.
Okay. So it says there, the neighboring municipalities of Woodlands County and the town of Whitecourt entered into the process for updating their intermunicipal development plan. And then it says in the second last sentence, about 2/3 of the way down that paragraph, each municipality is responsible for decisions within their boundaries, utilizing the policies and the procedures as set forth in the IGP. You see that?
Yes.
And it was the town who made the decision and is responsible for the decision to put the school where it was and make it a leapfrog development, correct?
I would not put that decision solely on the town. There was an area structure plan developed and it was circulated to the school boards, to the Woodlands County, as well as I've attached some minutes of the joint meetings that happened throughout the construction of the school where it was decided, yes, to continue to put the school at that location. So I would say that that's more of a joint decision.
A joint decision between who?
The stakeholders involved. So we gather input when making that decision, and it was determined that that was the best site for the school.
I have you look at paragraph 27 of your school statement. Paragraph 27 refers to some debentures. This was borrowing taken out by the town for the purposes of this construction, correct?
Correct.
Without a partner, correct?
Yes, these were town of Whitecourt debenture borrowings.
Okay, so, but the debentures that are attached at tab 27, those are just made out to the town of Whitecourt. They're the town of Whitecourt's decision to essentially take out a loan, correct?
Correct.
I can have you turn back to paragraph 6 of your statement, please. It's on page 2. When you say in 2006, the town initiated discussion with the county regarding participation in sharing costs associated with future schools, that's not something which you have any personal knowledge of, correct?
I was not employed by the town at that time, no.
Okay, and so how did you get that information?
If you see appendix 3, there's the letter that I've attached regarding the visionary land use, as well as past correspondence with the previous director of planning and development. And there was some other correspondence that I have not attached that speaks to this matter.
And that letter that's at tab 3 is dated October 19, 2006, and that's an offer to use other lands, not the lands that were ultimately used, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm just gonna go to that tab.
The lands that are referenced in the letter you referred to at tab 3, the October 19, 2006 letter from the town of Whitecourt, that is not with respect to the lands that the school was ultimately built on, am I correct?
I think that was in regards to lands in general to handle projects such as this.
I can have you turn to tab 14, please, of your school statement. So this is I take it, these are the steering committee minutes, meeting minutes for the St. Joseph Whitecourt Woodlands Community Learning Campus Partnership Steering Committee, correct?
I believe these are some of them. I can't confirm whether they are all of them. They were the ones I was able to find.
Okay, and then you call those in paragraph 17, the CLCP committee, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever attend any of these meetings?
I did. I actually found my name on one of these minutes that I attached. I believe it was July 2014. I was at that meeting. Very few. I want to say maybe 2 or 3 to speak more on an administrative level as to where the school was at and how it was progressing.
The majority of them, I don't seem to see your name. You weren't at most of them, I take it.
Correct.
If I can have you look at the minutes that you referenced in paragraph 17 that are dated March 11, 2015. So it's page 96 is where they start, but the page that I'm looking at is page 97 of your statement.
Tab 14.
And so specifically at this time, there's still a discussion about the Performing Arts Center happening, correct?
Yes.
And there's reference to joint use agreements that they say will be developed once the town and county have finalized their decisions on going forward with the Performing Arts Center, meaning that decision hadn't yet been made, correct?
Correct.
you say in the middle of paragraph 17, the minutes from these meetings demonstrate that the county represented and understood that it would contribute to the financing and construction of this project. Can you tell me where it says that?
I believe it's more trying to illustrate that partnership, because you can see throughout the minutes that the county was present through all of these discussions. There was a lot of discussion on costs and about formalizing those agreements once all the decisions were made.
So the sentence that you're stating there is really your opinion from having reviewed this?
Correct. And my understanding. So understanding is a better word than opinion. It's my understanding.
If I may just have 2 minutes, please. Oops. Can I just have a moment, Ms. House, is that all right?
Yes.
Ms. Shecklover, just one quick question to follow up. When we were talking earlier about the leapfrog development and I asked you whose decision it was to go ahead and you mentioned there were, it was a joint decision and you said it was a joint decision between the stakeholders. There is no agreement in writing from the county to the town or with the town saying we agree that you should leapfrog within the town boundaries to build this school, correct?
Nothing in writing. Like I said, I tried to illustrate it with the minutes and the correspondence I've attached, but nothing in writing.
And you have specific minutes that you'd like to take me to where there's a reference to leapfrogging? Not specifically, but I guess when it comes to deciding, like you can see right from the get-go, there was discussions on, you know, is the school going to be a retrofit? Is it going to be put in this position? I don't know if it's in the minutes, but there was some discussion on, do we amend the area structure plan and relocate the school to be closer to existing developments? And the conversations and the direction that I received from those meetings was that no, it was in the spot that felt it was best for the community. But you would agree with me that within the IGP, it does say that each municipality is responsible for its own decision-making, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
And you would agree with me that the town took out debentures, knowing that at that moment they didn't have a written commitment to pay from the county, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it's essentially your opinion, or the town's opinion rather, I don't mean you personally, the town's opinion that it was a joint decision, correct?
Yes, we feel we did involve the stakeholders in that decision.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn the mic over, Ms. Howes, to my colleague, Orlando Kelly, who's with me, and I'm sorry, I'm completely forgetting protocol to tell you who's in the room. Mr. Frank is here, Ms. O'Kelly's here. I'm gonna switch seats with Ms. O'Kelly. She's going to ask some questions of Ms. Sheck-Loberg about cemeteries. I wonder if people, I realize I'd asked you just for a few minutes. I don't know if people need a few minutes break, so I just wanna, I'm happy to do that or not.
We're fine to continue.
Okay, we'll keep going for a while. I think at 10:30, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Okay. Do you have a question about? That's right. Yeah. Okay, so I don't-
I think we'll take a 5-minute break while they get set up.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. House. Oh.
Just to let you know, she was calling a 5-minute break just to let you set up. So it'll just probably be a couple more minutes.
Are we ready to go?
Yes, Ms. House.
Yes, we are. Thank you, Ms. House.
Kelly, please proceed.
Thank you. I just had a preliminary question for Ms. Antler, who's the facilitator. I just wanted to confirm, Ms. Antler, that you've received from the town a redacted version of this statement
Of Ms. Loberg's?
of the cemeteries, the one we're looking at right now. Do you have a redacted version of it, particularly?
There are tabbed materials that contain individuals' tab information, and so we're just looking to make sure that the one you have.
It's at Appendix 8.
Okay, let me just stop the screen share and I'll check.
Thanks. And if not, Mr. Ward, would Mr. Swanberg perhaps be able to forward a copy of that to Ms. Antler if she doesn't have a redacted copy?
I do not have the redacted copy.
You do not?
No.
Okay.
Yes, if you give me a minute, I'll try and find it. Mr. Swanberg's not here, but I will try and find it.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thanks.
I don't need it right away, so I can proceed.
Can you ask Tara if she can?
Does Tara have the?
I'll forward her possibly. Mr. Smeal's leaving the room to just get it arranged to get it emailed to her. So you can proceed, but we'll try and get that to her right away to make sure the one she has is redacted.
Do we want to, sorry, do we, did I just understand that correctly? Is Mr. Smeal leaving?
Yes, he's just tracking down the email to make sure we can send it, but we're fine with you proceeding.
Ms. House, what would you like us to do?
Sorry. Sorry, I keep losing my mouse.
I've had that problem earlier. So I'm sorry, just to clarify, Mr. Smith's not there at the town office. Mr. Ward said he's agreeable to going ahead with the witness cross-examination, notwithstanding the CAO's absence.
We're good to go. We're good to proceed. As long as people are aware and the party is comfortable with continuing in Mr. Schmeel's absence, we're okay.
Thank you, Ms. Loberg. We're looking at a statement here dated, or sworn, sorry, June 28th, 2021. Is this the statement that you made?
Yes.
And in what capacity did you make this statement?
My current position with the town of Whitecourt is Director of Planning and Development.
And what's your responsibility over the cemetery, the Whitecourt Cemetery?
It is not under my responsibility.
Who's responsible for the Whitecourt Cemetery at the town?
The Director of Infrastructure.
And who's that?
The Director of Infrastructure.
And sorry, who is in that role currently?
Oh, currently is Kamruz Zaman.
And are you familiar with other localities in Woodlands County?
Like other cemeteries in Woodlands County?
Yes.
I know there are a few cemeteries, yes.
You're familiar with one, and I might pronounce it wrong, Anselmo?
I can't say that I'm personally familiar with all of them, but I know that there are some that exist.
Okay. And are you familiar with one at Blue Ridge?
I know there's one, familiar with it, I can't say.
And in your statement at, if we go to the first page, please, Ms. Antler, at paragraph 2, the Whitecourt Cemetery Whitecourt became the registered owner of the cemetery in 1963. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know if the County of Woodlands had any involvement with the Whitecourt Cemetery at that time in 1963?
I'm not aware, sorry.
And you swore this statement regarding to the cemetery. When did you become involved with the cemetery at all, or are you?
No, I don't have a direct involvement with the cemetery. I've heard the evidence today. And actually, just in regards to that, I know I am under oath, and in reviewing the materials last night, I did find an error. I'm not sure what the right protocol or time would be to point out that error.
You can point out that error now if you'd like.
Okay, so it's in paragraph 6.
Okay.
Where it says the Whitecourt Cemetery has a total of 1,406 plots. That number should actually be 1,207 plots. And my apologies, I was just making sure I was refreshed with the number of each plots, and I realized last night that that number was not correct.
Thank you. Now, in paragraph 2, you talk about the bylaw 32. If we could go up, please, Ms. Antler. And in that paragraph, the last sentence, you say additional municipal land was set aside in October 1962 to expand the Whitecourt Cemetery. I just want to confirm that the additional municipal land was land of the town of Whitecourt. Is that what you mean by that statement?
Correct.
Okay. And is the cemetery currently fully within the town's boundaries?
Yes.
And Gordon Frank swore a statement on the cemetery dated July 31st. Have you read that statement?
Yes.
And did you watch Gordon Frank's testimony this week?
Portions of it, I don't believe I've seen it all.
And do you remember if you saw a portion relating to the cemetery?
I may have, I'm sorry. I know I watched bits and pieces of it.
Now at appendix 2, please, Ms. Antler. And at the first whereas statement, this is a bylaw number 282 signed on November 8th, 1999. Who is signing this bylaw?
This is signed by the mayor and the town manager.
And is the county a party to this?
this is our bylaw to enter into that agreement. I apologize, I didn't attach the agreement in my evidence submission, but I believe you can find it in the general evidence submission. I realized later I had only attached a copy of just this bylaw.
And it says, whereas council deems it expedient and proper to enter into a cost sharing agreement with Woodlands County. Was that the first time that they entered into a cost sharing agreement?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
And were you working for the town of Whitecourt in 1999?
No, I was not.
Now, if we go back to paragraph 2, please, of the statement, Ms. Antler. Paragraph 3 starts, in recognition of the fact that county residents use and benefit from the Whitecourt Cemetery, the town and county entered into a cost sharing agreement with respect to the cemetery via bylaw 1282 in November of 1999. When you talk about the fact that county residents use and benefit from the Whitecourt statement, how do you know that was a fact?
I know that there are county residents buried in the cemetery. We do have quite a few purchases from county residents. And then if you refer back to the actual cost sharing agreement in the general evidence submission, it does show how the cost sharing percentage was calculated.
And, but you have no personal knowledge of that fact existing in 1999?
Other than the agreement itself and the database, that's what I'm relying on.
And I believe you stated, and I'm paraphrasing your answer right now, but something along the lines of that you're aware of that county residents are buried in the cemetery?
Yes.
And is that going back to 1999 as well?
I believe in my statement, I make a point about saying that our databases don't always specifically say whether it was a Woodlands or Whitecourt resident. Sometimes we'll just get box numbers. So it's difficult to tell if that was county or town, but yes, I can confirm that there are county residents buried in the cemetery.
Okay. And I believe the statement you're referring to is at paragraph 16, page 5. Please, Ms. Antler. And here you say that prior to 2020, statistics was relating to residence use was not captured as there were only 2 rates established for purchases. So what you're saying in this statement, is it fair to say that after 2020, that was when you became aware of the breakdown between town and county residents? Is that correct?
That's when the cemetery clerk started to specifically ask whether or not those who were purchasing were from Whitecourt or Woodlands.
And so prior to 2020, you just gave evidence that you're aware of county residents that were buried. How do you determine that prior to 2020?
Through the database.
And that's at appendix 8 to your statement?
Yes.
Okay. And so that's how you determined whether they're town or county residents prior to 2020?
Yeah, and as I mentioned, I can't confirm whether they were, if it was a box number, I can't confirm if all of the box numbers were Woodlands County, because some of them may have been town of Whitecourt, so.
Okay. Thank you. Now, if we go back to, again, sorry, Ms. Antler, to jump around there, but we jump to another paragraph, at paragraph 3 again. And you say, in recognition of this fact, how do you know that bylaw was passed in recognition of that fact?
Well, it was a cost sharing agreement, right? And so the cost sharing set out the services that benefited each other and what that percentage should be for a cost share.
And that's your understanding of that 1999 agreement? Yes. And I understand then, and through bylaw 1282 was extended in 2008, as you say, and then again in 2013. Is that correct?
There was a 2008 cost sharing agreement, yes, and an amendment to that agreement in 2013.
And were you a party to the negotiation of those agreements?
No, I was not.
And the cost sharing agreement extended all the way till December 1, 2019. Is that correct?
The cost sharing was terminated. I'd have to go back. I believe it's in the general section that talks about when the actual termination took effect. My apologies, I don't know the date exactly.
Okay. Ms. Roberts has confirmed that it's January 1, 2020.
Okay.
So for the balance or the entirety of 2019, the cost share in the cemetery was still in place. Is that correct?
I believe if that date is correct, then yes, that would be a fair statement.
And in paragraph 4, if we go down, please, Antler. The town applied in 2019 to, July of 2019 to expand the cemetery. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they also applied to add, and I might pronounce this wrong, 4 columbariums. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what are, just for us, and me in particular, because I'm not familiar with cemeteries, what are columbariums?
They're a physical structure with a niche where you can place cremated remains.
And this application was to the province, is that correct?
To the Provincial Health Board, yeah.
And prior to submitting this expansion application, was the county consulted?
Oh, I don't believe so, but I can't confirm that.
And was the county informed of the intention to expand the cemetery prior to July of 2019?
I want to say that the county, I don't know if there was direct consultation. Sorry.
And if we take you to, and you said that you reviewed Mr. Frank's statement of July 31st, 2021. Is that correct?
I did read it, yes.
And in that statement, he says that the request for contribution from the county related to the columbarium was made only after the purchase, right? Do you agree with that statement?
Yes. Do you want me to clarify what happened there?
I'm just asking if you agree with that the request for contribution was made after it was purchased.
Yes, that's somewhat what happened, yes.
Now, I'd like to take you, please, to it's at page 37 of your statement, and this is Appendix D to Bylaw 15512. And are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is our gonna say it wrong, but the rates fees bylaw.
And when did this come into force?
Does it say on it? I believe the copy that I had appended, I had given the date that it was current as of. So this one was dated February 4th, 2021. And this is, it's 1551-2, so there had been 2 amendments.
And there's different rates for residents and non-residents for both the lot purchases and the column variants. Is that right?
Correct.
And a resident includes a resident of Woodlands County.
Yes.
And is this something that's introduced in February of 2021, or does this pre-exist this bylaw, the distinction between residents and non-residents?
Distinction was there before this bylaw.
And so there's always been, or to your knowledge, prior to this, there was a distinction, or sorry, a discount for residents for the purchase of lots and columbariums?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
And I won't turn to that right now, but at Appendix 8, which is the database, there's a date on it, the reservation date, when a plot or a columbarium is reserved, or a niche in a columbarium is reserved. Do they pay when they reserve? When is the payment made?
Yeah, so at the time of purchase of a plot or a niche, that's when they would pay this rate.
And sorry, I'm not talking specifically about the purchase, and maybe it's the same thing, but is the date of purchase and the date of reservation the same?
Not always.
And if it's different, the date of reservation, date of payment, is that captured in the database at Appendix 8?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
And this is the town that charges these fees in Appendix D, is that correct?
Correct.
And just to clarify, the county does not charge any fees for the use of the cemetery.
The cemetery that's located in the town of Whitecourt is operated solely by the town. Yes, they would have to come to us for a plot or a niche.
Okay. And so the county doesn't get any portion of the revenue that's generated from those county fees, or sorry, the town fees.
In the cost share calculation, the revenues that are received through the sale of plots and niches are credited to the net, which we calculate the cost sharing off of the net.
And is that calculation found in the appendices of your statement?
I don't know if the calculation itself is there, but I believe there were some budget informations in there that I could walk you through how that's calculated if you like. There's also a lot of financial information provided by Miss Barney, who can give some good clarification as to that as well.
I just want to interrupt for a moment. I have the redacted copy now, if I can replace it.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And Ms. Howes, I know my friend wanted to confirm, but Mr. Smeal is back in the room with us now.
I'm just going to stop the share for a moment just to confirm that it is redacted before I share it. Unfortunately, the copy I have doesn't have bookmarks, so I'm going to have to find the page number on the other one.
And so Kelly, about how long are you going to be with this witness yet? I'm just trying to plan in a break and.
I think it makes sense to take a break right now since we've moved on.
Okay, we'll take 15-minute break. We'll come back at 11 o'clock, please.
Okay, thank you.
Just to let you know, I did some switching of the pages, so I have a bookmark copy now, so it'll be easy to navigate with the redacted one.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Miss O'Kelly.
Thank you, Ms. Howes. Ms. Antler, I'm going to go back to that Appendix D, which is at page 37, and that's attached to bylaw 1551-2. Thank you. Now, just following up, Ms. Lilberg, on what you said before the break. You said that there were rates prior to this bylaw. Is that attached to your statement, these rates that existed before 2021?
I don't believe I've attached any prior rates. I think I just attached the schedule, the current ones.
Okay. And in relation to the grave lot purchase rate, what's included in that fee?
In the grave lot purchase fee?
Yes.
So that would be for a plot within the cemetery.
And on this fee schedule, is there any fee relating to the perpetual care of a grave?
The town of Whitecourt does not have a perpetual care fee, no.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Antler. I wanted to now go to the redacted appendix, which is at 8. And can you just explain for us what this document is? It's quite a few pages. I believe it's 50 or 60, 50 pages. What is this database?
This is the town of Whitecourt cemetery database.
And is there any way to make it a little bit bigger, Ms. Antler? Thank you. And this starts in there's a few dates before 1992, but it looks like it's really coming into play in 1992. Is that your understanding? When does this database go back, or when does this database go back to?
To be honest, I just pulled, this is our current, or as of January 1st, 2020, this was our current database, or 2021, I can't remember, sorry. I don't know how far back it goes.
And under the reserved date, that's what I was talking about earlier. And I believe you said it's not always the reserve date, it's the same as the date of purchase, is that correct?
I think you can purchase a plot and reserve it for an alternate person at a different date if you choose. Typically, it would happen on the same date.
Okay. And if we go over further, please. Okay. So, under the address column, that would be the address of who?
Sorry, I think you cut out. Could you repeat that?
Under this address column in the database, whose address is inputted there?
From my knowledge, that would typically be the purchasers.
And then in the city, we can't see here, but on the unredacted copy, some of them say Whitecourt, is that correct?
Yes.
And the address should identify whether or not this is a Whitecourt resident or a Woodlands resident, is that correct?
As I mentioned earlier, there are quite a few PO box numbers. I would think a lot of those would be Woodlands County residents, but there would be some Whitecourt residents that may still have a PO box number.
Okay. And, but this is something you track, the address of the purchaser.
Correct.
And if we go to page 93, and this is towards the end of this appendix, please, Ms. Antler. And this is the 2020 data that you've analyzed, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's what you're referring to in paragraphs 15 to 17 of your statement that we looked at earlier, is that correct?
I'd have to just refresh myself. Which ones, 15 and 16?
15 and 16 and 17, yes.
Is discussion on the cost sharing agreement. Uh, 16, yes, that's dealing with the statistics, and 17. So 16 and 17, yes.
And we can just, okay. Are we back on page 93? Okay, thank you. And so what's added to this page, as opposed to the database we're just looking at, is that column under resident or non-resident, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And how did you determine whether someone was a resident or a Woodlands resident?
It's my understanding that the cemetery clerk has started to ask that specific question.
Okay. But you would agree that you could make that assessment based on the PO box number and the name of the purchaser?
Not always, no. It's not always clear.
Okay. And so that last column is based on a question, a self-identification question for 2020.
Correct.
And has the town done an analysis of the data they have from prior to 2020 to determine whether someone was a Woodlands resident or not?
No, we have not.
Now, if we go back to page 10, please, Ms. Antler. And this is a map, a current map of the Whitecourt Cemetery, is that correct?
Correct.
And the field of honor is kind of to the right of the monument, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know how many plots there are in the Field of Honor?
Yes, I double checked that last night. So it is also in my evidence statement. Item 9 in my statement, there's 80 plots with as of December 31st, 2020, 41 remaining.
And these plots are reserved for veterans, is that correct?
Correct.
And what's Veteran Affairs Canada's involvement in the Field of Honor plots and their maintenance?
I think it's more so on our end. In order to be buried in the Field of Honor, you need to be able to provide, sorry, I'm just going to refer back to clause 8 in my statement. They must be able to provide their service number along with an affidavit from the Department of Veteran Affairs.
And so Veteran Affairs doesn't make any financial contributions to the Field of Honor,
Not that I'm aware of, no.
but the Whitecourt Legion does contribute through maintenance, is that correct?
Yes, they do provide maintenance.
And those are, and pardon me, I didn't mean to interrupt you. And those are volunteers?
The work that the Legion does is done on a voluntary basis, yes.
And does the Legion contribute financially to the Field of Honor?
Financially, no. Not that I'm aware of.
And then if we go back to paragraph 11, please, Ms. Antler, of this statement. That should be page 4. Sorry, page 3. You state here that it is not anticipated that these plots will be required or made available for sale until 2025. This is in relation to possible expansion. On what basis do you anticipate when those plots being required?
I believe where that number came from, this was something that was given to me from the infrastructure department. It's based on projected plot sales, how many you have left, how many you're anticipating to sell. It's an approximation. Obviously, if you sell more plots, you may need it sooner. If you don't sell as many, you may be able to defer that, but that's their estimate at this time.
And you state there that there's an estimated cost for this expansion of $46,800, is that correct?
Yes, that was the, apparently there needs to be some runners installed at this time, and that was the cost estimate that I was given.
What are runners, just for our knowledge?
They kind of line the cemetery plots to distinguish the location.
But then at paragraph 12, if we go down, that you've included in the 2021 budget for a cemetery planner to review what the Whitecourt Cemetery requires and to plan for future expansion. How is that different than what you're anticipating and planning at paragraph 11?
So I might have to refer you to the map in appendix 5, I believe, to clarify that. So the area shown in green there, that's the area that's referred to in the 170 plots that are available for a future or a current expansion. And then the area in blue, that's the area that we talk about having the planner help us determine what that next expansion area should look like in terms of plot layouts and needs for the expansion of the cemetery.
Okay. And at paragraph 9, or sorry, not paragraph, page 99, we don't need to go there if you're familiar with it, but it's the cemetery capital plan budget 2020. And I'm sorry, I'm like right in the page, it's very, very small. It says cemetery columbarium edition 2024, 30,000. Are you familiar with that budget for another?
We need to find that first before you start asking questions. This is a certificate of approval on the screen, so it's obviously not a budget.
Page 99. you can see why I was.
Okay, thanks.
And it's line 1, which is the columbarium addition. There are 4 projected columbariums to be added at 30,000 a piece in the budget. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And was the count, is this related to the initial request for an addition of columbarium, these additional columbarium? Yes?
Are you referring to the 2019 Mr. Frank statement, columbarium request?
The July 2019 request to the province.
Oh, so the July 2019 approval included 4 columbariums.
Now, I did have one more question regarding the fees that we were looking at to charge for the grape plots and the columbariums. Who sets those fees?
The fee bylaw is established by council.
So the amount is determined by town council?
Correct.
And on what basis do they choose that amount?
I believe the last amendment to the fees when they adopted this, the new cemetery bylaw, comparisons were brought forward as well as some of our actual costs to inter graves, that sort of thing. So they definitely looked at what our actual costs were as well as what some other comparable communities were charging. I believe the rate they set was somewhere around the mid average based on the comparables they looked at.
So it's based on the mid average comparable. And do the rates cover the actual costs of the town?
I don't believe they cover the full costs.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lilbert. Those are all my questions. I believe, Ms. Roberts, we're in your hands, Ms. Howes, about whether to proceed with the next witness now.
The next witness is Ms. Barney. We can
Well, our
begin.
normal process is to allow Mr. Ward to have questions, and I may have questions. So we'll do that first before we talk about the next witness. But thank you anyway. Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Ms. House. I actually have nothing arising for this witness.
And I have nothing, no questions either. So Ms. Scheck-Loberg, thank you very much for your time and being here for 2 days. We appreciate it. You're free to go.
Thank you.
So the next witness is going to be Judy Barney. Is that correct?
So.
And do we anticipate Ms. Barney's going to be a longer witness?
I think she will probably, well, she'll be more than an hour, so I suspect. It's not long, but not 15 minutes.
What's your preference in terms of lunch? We've just kind of had a break, so I'm wondering, do we want to carry on and see how things are going about 12:15?
Sure.
Mr. Ward?
Yes, we can do that. If you give me a couple minutes. Oh, Ms. Barney is here. Yes, that's fine with us, Ms. House.
Okay, good. All right, we'll start Ms. Barney and we'll see around 12:15 how things are going if we should take a break. This is Judy Barney.
Yes,
Ms. Barney, I'm Deborah House. I'm the arbitrator. Your last name is Barney.
that is correct.
Okay, our practice in the hearing is to ask witnesses to make a civil promise called an affirmation to tell the truth in the hearing. Do you have any objection to doing so?
No, none whatsoever.
Okay, Judy Barney, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Ward.
Thank you. Ms. Barney, did you prepare in these proceedings a statement with respect to what's called general evidence financial section?
Yes, I did.
And is that your signature on the first page of that statement?
Yes, it is.
And was that statement true and accurate to the best of your knowledge at the time you swore the statement?
Yes, it is.
And does it continue to be true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Ms. House, I assume we want to do them as we go. So subject to any objection from my friend, I would ask that be marked as a first exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Roberts?
Sorry, didn't realize I was muted. No objection. Oh, we're also our video's off. Sorry about that. No objection.
Exhibit 18.
And Ms. Barney, did you also swear a statement in these proceedings with respect to rebuttal evidence that's dated July 30, 2021?
Yes, I did.
And is that your signature on the first page of the document?
Yes, it is.
And was that statement true and accurate to the best of your knowledge at the time you swore the statement?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And does it continue to be true and accurate to the best of your knowledge today?
There is one item, upon review of the document, I found that there needed to be a correction, and this would be Appendix 2, page 9. I'm not sure if they're in the right one. It's in the rebuttal.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is still the original statement. Ms. Barney's referring to her rebuttal statement.
Page 9, right?
Yes. Ms. Barney, is that the document you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
All right. Do you want to explain the correction that you need to make?
For sure. So the correction that needed to be made is in the capital period changes. It was identified as a positive $39,131. That should be a negative as well. That will amend the 2019 cost share amount billed at the top to equal $2,594,903.
Do you want to say that number again?
For sure. The 2019 cost share amount billed is revised to $2,594,903.
Sorry, I'm still orienting myself to where Ms. Barney was. Can I have that one more time? It's the I just want to clarify, it's the 2019 cost share amount billed on the first line. Is that right?
Yeah, and perhaps I can just, Ms. Barney, the error that you've identified, is it with respect to the line in the middle of the document called capital period changes?
Yes, it is. Yes.
And is that the one that you've identified shows as a positive but should have been a negative?
Yes.
And then I think what you've indicated is that that has an impact on the 2019 cost share amount in the first line of the document.
Yes.
Does it also then have a change on the last line, the total change for the 2008 to 2019 period?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Sorry. So the total change for the period then would be revised to $1,403,880.75.
And so is what you've done to correct that, you've taken the total on the screen and you've subtracted the capital period changes, 39,131 twice effectively?
Effectively, yes.
Can you just say the last number again, please, to make sure we've got it?
The total change for the 2008 to 2019 period is revised to $1,403,880.75.
Are we clear on that figure, Ms. Howes, before I ask if there are any other corrections she needs to make?
We're clear on that.
All right. And Ms. Barney, are there any other corrections that you need to make to your evidence?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
All right, thank you. Subject to any objection from my friend, I would ask that this be marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, no objection.
Exhibit 19. Any further questions, Mr. Board?
No, sorry, Ms. House. I'm happy to turn the witness over to Ms. Roberts.
Okay, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. I'd like to just begin by asking you, I believe you have an accounting designation or perhaps two, given the recent change. Can you just confirm that for me?
Yes, I do. I'm a certified general accountant. I have that designation that was changed to a chartered professional accountant.
So CGA and now CPA, correct?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. And how long have you been you're currently the Director of Finance of Corporate Services, I apologize, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And how long have you been in that role?
For about 10 years.
And before that, were you also involved in municipal government accounting?
Yes, I was with the MD of Lesser Slave River, number 124, for about 16 years.
Great, thank you. If I could have Ms. Antler pull up your first statement, the statement from June 30th, please. And if we could turn to page 2. Ms. Barney, in paragraph 2, you refer there to as the larger contributing partner. If there is a previous reference to that, I don't think I followed it. So I just needed you to tell me who you're talking about there.
I'm sorry, you're asking me if the larger contributing partner is the town of Whitecourt?
I'm asking you if that's what you meant. Yeah, is that what you meant, the town?
It is, sorry, yes.
Okay, and when you're talking about a partner, are you talking about there being a partnership between the town and the county?
Yes.
Okay. So, and there's, I think you're using that term as sort of in a general sense, there's no actual official partnership financially between those two parties, correct?
I'm not certain if it considered a partnership when there's a cost sharing agreement, but in the general sense of using those words, that's how I would be reflecting that.
So when you're using the word partner in your statement, you're using it in the context of the cost sharing arrangement between the two parties?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And so I just want one other similar clarification in paragraph 11, which is on page 5 of that June 30th statement. So you start that sentence with the word "our partners," and right above that, you're talking about there being a budget open house. And I know you're not just talking about the municipalities there. So I just want to clarify, when you're using the partners there, are you talking about somebody other than the county?
In reference to number 11, I'm referring to the county.
And you would agree with me that the county and the town are autonomous entities, correct?
Yes,
And they each have their own financial responsibilities, correct?
correct.
And because they're creatures of statute, meaning they're created, their existence is dictated by a piece of legislation, the Municipal Government Act, they also have accountability to our provincial government, correct?
They do follow the MGA, yes.
Right. And so each municipality is under the MGA, it's a corporation. You understand that?
Yes,
And each of those municipal corporations is responsible for doing their own budgeting. That's both capital and operating budgets and their own financial planning, correct?
correct.
And so in paragraph 6 of your June 30th statement, when you talk about budgets and you refer to the fact that the town prepares an annual operating and capital budget to reflect the council's strategic priorities, you understand that the county also does that, correct?
Yes,
Have you had an opportunity to review an expert opinion that was prepared by another accountant, Colette Miller, that was submitted by the county in these proceedings?
I have not had the time to take a look at it as of yet.
Okay. Ms. Howes, is it permissible to have that document brought up and looked at, marked for identification, as opposed to marking it as an exhibit, but at least allow the witness to look at it? I'm specifically looking at the summaries there that are from of the financial statements.
Mr. Ward, any concern?
No, that's fine, Ms. House, no objection.
Then we'll mark it as Exhibit A for identification, and we'll bring it up.
Thank you. So Ms. Barney, because you haven't had a chance to look at this, I'm going to refer to tab 1, I think it is, sorry. Put my electronic copy and make sure I'm getting that right. Yes, it is tab 1, and it's a few pages, it scrolls down. Would you like a moment to look at that before I ask you questions? So as I understand, this document is, it's essentially a spreadsheet showing the 2015 through 2020 financial statements of the town of Whitecourt. Do you see that at the top left there?
I do, yeah.
And so just the nature of the document, it scrolls, it's over several pages so pages so that it's legible. I'm primarily going to be looking at, I think the 3rd page. Just gonna get there with you, sorry.
Thank you.
So the third page is actually page 10. Sorry, no, page 9 is what I'm gonna be looking at. So maybe we can give you a moment to look at that.
Sorry, page.
It's page 9 of the PDF, sorry. The third page of, I think it's the third page of the actual, second page of that tab, of tab 1, financials.
Okay.
And so specifically, I'm looking at the 3 items that are at the bottom of the table there: accumulated surplus, net of TCA, that's tangible capital assets, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then net financial assets, end of year, cash and cash equivalents, end of year. Those are the things that I'm looking at there. And on this page, it doesn't have the headings 2015 through 2020, but that is if we want to scroll back up, Ms. Antler, just to make sure the witness can see that, on the first page of this tab, the columns go from right to left, starting at 2015 on the right, moving over to all the way to 2019, I meant 2020. 2020 is the most left-hand column and 2015 is the most right-hand column. I hope I haven't confused you now. So I'm just going to refer to the numbers that are in those 3 items that I identified on page 9 of this document. So starting with accumulated surplus, net of tangible capital assets. I am happy for you to cross-reference if you need to, but to the best of your recollection, do these look like the financial statements? Ms. Miller has identified these as having come from, she sourced them on page 1 of that tab as being from the Alberta Municipal Affairs website. And is it fair to say that, have you looked at any of your financial statements on the Alberta Municipal Affairs website?
I have seen them before, and I'm sure that these are correct if Colette pulled them from there.
Okay, thanks. So if I look at, if we look at the column for 2020, so the most left-hand column, accumulated surplus net of tangible capital assets, you would agree with me there that the range between 2015 and 2020 is between just under $26 million and just over $32 million, starting at 2015 with 25,791 and then ending in 2020 with just over 32 million, correct?
That is correct.
And in terms of the net financial assets at the end of the year, I take it that the town's financial year end is December 31?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks. And so as of 2020, as of the year end 2020, December 31, the net financial assets were just over 21 million. They're 21,270 and change, correct?
That is correct.
And similarly, in the last column, cash and cash equivalents at the end of the year, the lowest point is in 2015, and it's just over 26 million, 26,153,229. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And that has increased, I believe, year over year except for from 2019 to 2020. And there's been a reduction from 2019 to 2020, and it's currently at the end of last year sitting at $40,638,175, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now if I can have you look at tab 2 to your reply statement.
Oh, sorry.
It's tab 1, my apologies. It's not the one that you corrected. I apologize. It's the one above that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just going to get there.
And in this document, you have set
Pardon me?
out.
Ms. Roberts, sorry, she's just locating that document so she can see and
Yeah.
You're looking at a paper copy. I don't blame you, so am I. So you let me know after.
Sorry, it's easier for me to read. So, okay. I'm with you now.
Okay. We're all, Ms. Barney, are you okay with, you have your paper copy now where you need to be?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So this document, as I understand it, is a document, a spreadsheet you've prepared with respect to the county's cost share contributions, and you've also identified town contributions in another heading there, and that runs across with a total in the very far right-hand column, correct?
I'm not sure where you're referring to.
The town total, okay, so what this spreadsheet does,
Okay,
it shows,
yeah.
sorry, the spreadsheet, if I understand it correctly, shows contributions from county to town. And you also have a section where town contributions are calculated, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so if I look firstly, I'll start with the town. So we have a section that on the left-hand column is called total town contributions. And then the tally for the years of 2008 through 2019 is 598,867, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then above that, where it says total operating capital and revenue, is that, what does that column represent where we have the total operating capital and revenue?
That column represents the three components of the cost share that the county has paid. The total in the right-hand column.
Okay, so it's both the operating, that's the first, if I can call it the first section of that table, the first row across that ends in total operating, correct?
Correct.
Plus the capital amount. And then in addition, it has the revenue sharing, tax sharing, and population correction entries, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and those together add up to 27,869,384, correct?
Yes.
And then when we back out that amount that we talked about first, the total town contributions, the 598,867, we end up with the total annual cost share as per billing. These are your billed numbers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your total number for what was billed is $27,150,517, right?
That is correct.
And Ms. Alicia Borbo, the Corporate Services Director at the county, instead had done a calculation of amounts paid. And that was included at tab 16 of Mr. Frank's statement from June 30, his general statement, which I will get you, oops, sorry. I'll get you a page number, I'm sorry. So the page on that document is 284. You recall having reviewed this, I take it?
I have, yes. Yeah.
Okay. And you took issue with using the amounts paid, and instead in your table at page 8 of your reply statement, you have used amounts billed, correct?
We actually have both. We've reflected the payments below the amount that was billed.
You have that under right up, sorry, 2 rows above the total outstanding receivable, the 27.
Yes.
And that number corresponds to Ms. Borbo's number more or less, correct? Oh my gosh, it's so small on my screen, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yes, I believe it does.
In fact, it's exactly the same, correct?
Pardon me?
It appears to be exactly the same to me.
As far as yes, it is.
Okay, great, thank you. So in short, we can agree that the county net paid just over $27 million from 2008 through 2019 to the town, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that those contributions would have played some role in the town's current, what I'll call the financial status or health of the town, as we looked at earlier in that accumulated surplus, the net financial assets and the cash at the end of the year, correct?
They wouldn't contribute to the accumulated surplus because we only bill the actual. So we're not building in anything that creates a surplus. We reconcile to actuals based on the financial statements that are audited. And so we only bill for their share of the services that they receive.
I have you look at your reply statement, paragraph 12, please. Oh, wait, sorry. It's the first statement, my apologies. It's the first statement that you made on June 30th, and it's page 5, paragraph 12. You refer there to administrative overhead.
Yes.
Yeah, and you say that includes all indirect costs that have not been directly charged to the function, but are incurred in providing the service. Can you give me an example?
An example of that would be for insurance. Our comprehensive general liability is 100% charged in these functions, and that is something that has not been allocated directly to the services provided.
Does the county follow a full cost accounting approach to all accounting?
I'm not aware of what the county uses.
Sorry, I misspoke. I meant to ask you about the town. Of course you don't. My apologies. I'm asking whether the town follows a full cost accounting approach for all functions.
So we have determined what those costs would be for each department. There is an appendix in there that shows how the administrative overhead is allocated and what percentage to each service that or function that we have.
And so at tab 3 of that first statement that you have there a capital operating budget summary with administrative overhead. And are these the functions for which you apply that model, the full cost accounting?
So these are the functions. We are demonstrating here how administrative overhead would be allocated to all the departments based on the 2021 operating expenditures.
And so when you're calculating that administrative overhead, you're including, I think, sorry. If I look at your tab 6, page 91 of that statement, if we look at the first table that you have there, so it says general administration overhead fee, and you're using an example. Is this for an actual item?
This here, I believe, was based on, I think it was the cemetery. It was just to be able to provide an example so you could see how the calculation was done.
Okay, and so what you've done is said cemetery, you allocate 0.28% of the salary and benefits of each of those positions that are listed under the heading positions on the left-hand column, correct?
We do allocate a percentage, the 0.28, for those positions that are allocated to it. Not all positions are. And it's indicated by, there'll be 0%.
I see, okay, right. So finance clerk, AGMC 2.5 and town 2.5, for example.
Correct.
And the tax clerk, utility clerk, there's a few in here, correct? There's one other, planning assistant, I think, is it?
Yes.
Okay, so those are the four that are not, there's no percentage allocated, correct?
Correct.
So a portion of your salary, the CAO's salary, the administrative assistant, et cetera. All of those individuals that are listed, other than the four that we just excluded, 0.8% of their overall salary and benefits for the year is allocated to be part of the cost of delivering the cemetery function. Is that right?
Correct.
And how do you determine whose positions apply for this particular function? Or is it every function, is it the same?
It will differ with different functions. We make the correlation to what service is being provided. For example, with this particular example, we looked at who's involved with the overseeing of the cemetery service. We look at the services provided by the finance staff for things like accounts payable, accounts receivable, things like that. If there's any direct costing that is involved in this, it's not included here. So those are the type of correlations that we're making.
Okay. If I understand you correctly, I think what you're saying is that so in this particular case, you're saying cemetery would attract the individuals who are listed whose names are not zeroed out under the allocated amount. So everybody but those four, the tax clerk, utility clerk, planning assistant, and finance clerk, everyone else does something that's utilitarian to cemetery as far as you understand, and you're the one responsible for doing the finances, correct?
That is correct.
And I got the first part of my question had two parts, and I apologize for that. My first part of my question was, everybody on this list, but for those four that we've taken out, does something that's beneficial to cemetery. Is that right?
Yes.
And it could just be that I speak lawyer and you speak accounting, and I want to make sure that I'm not a misunderstanding, but I didn't quite follow the answer to my question about do you do this would you agree this is full cost accounting or some variation of that, what you're doing here on this example on page 91?
What you're seeing here is a component from the full cost accounting model that was a model that was recommended by the Alberta government when you're providing a service, is the type of cost to consider. Within that model was a definition of administrative overhead that we've used to help understand what this charge is for. So it is not reflecting the full cost accounting model for all things. It's just for that applicable portion.
Okay. And so in lay terms, what we're saying is the county is paying a portion of all of these individuals' salaries, but for the four that are taken out, and benefits each year as a contribution towards the cemetery cost share.
For the proportionate share, whatever that may be, yes.
And so in that manner, the town apportions parts of, for example, I'm just gonna use your position and the CAO's position. So your position and the CAO each get 0.28 allocated to cemetery here, correct?
Yes,
And there are, I take it, other functions within the town, I'll call it accounting, in which you perform this portion of the model of full cost accounting, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay. This isn't the only function within the town administration to which you apply this model of allocating overhead. Meaning you, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
So a portion of your salary, just to stick with the two examples I was using, a portion of your salary and the CAO's salary is allocated for other functions within the town, which are part of the cost share.
That is correct.
And you said this is one component of the model that the Alberta government recommended, and by that, you're talking about the full cost accounting model, correct?
Yes.
And is it the only portion of the model that the town uses?
For the general administrative overhead, yes, it is.
And so if we're looking at this example, can you explain to me the 0.25% that's just beside the $6,370 there?
So the 0.25 is a result of taking the $606,370 divided by the total, and it gives you a percentage of what that is.
Can you use the numbers on the page? Because I'm not following and I apologize. Not my strong suit, I'll be honest.
No problem. So if you look on the right hand there, just beside or just left of the 0.25%, the total salaries allocated is $6,370.
Right.
That amount represents 0.25% of the total 2021 salary and benefits of $2,581,899.
Got it. Okay, now I understand. So that's what you were talking about. The total administration was the total you referred to when you first answered me.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then can you, while we're on this page, walk me through when you say overhead below that in the second table that you have on this page, you have overhead 2021 budget. Is this also specific to cemetery?
Within these costs, these are the support services that would be in place to pay bills, to send out invoices, things like that in regards to cemetery. And so these are related costs that are related to providing that service.
Right, so it runs a deficit in the revenue department of 25,850, for example.
With this one, we looked at it, the whole function under revenue. This here is administrative revenue that comes in. We look to be sure to net out any revenues that are received so that when we look at costing this out, that benefit is realized as well in the net number that's being charged.
Okay, and so then in addition to the salary and benefits above in the first table, I see that there's a line item here that says employee benefits. Can you explain that to me?
This employee benefits is related to such things as our social club. We have an employee family wellness program, things like that.
Okay. And so that's distinct from the benefits that would be rolled into the 0.28% for those to whom it applies above, correct?
That is correct.
And then if I look at the bottom of the second table, you're also, I take it apportioning part of the space that's used. So you've got town office, et cetera.
That is correct.
And am I correct in understanding that all of what is on this page is part of the administrative overhead fee?
The amounts listed on here are used in the calculation to determine the administrative overhead fee.
And so is the total administrative overhead fee the total of 6,370 and 88,026?
The total allocation for cemetery services would be the $8,026.
Okay. Is that the combination? I see. So it's the 1,020, the 636 and the 6,370. The total, the grand total, I'll call it, is 8,026.
That is correct.
Okay. They're not two separate calculations. It's cumulative down to the end.
Yes.
Okay. How long has the town been using that model that you just described? I think you're calling it, I don't want to misname it on you. I'm just trying to follow along with you here. So administrative overhead, is that what you said this is one component of the full cost accounting model. And if you give it a name, I'm going to use the name you give it.
Okay.
So what are you going to call it? Are we calling it administrative overhead? I think I thought that's what all of this was. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So this component of the full cost accounting model is you're calling the administrative overhead, and that is what's at the portion of your statement I had you look at a moment ago. Sorry. It was paragraph 12.
Correct.
Sorry, you're faster than me. Just didn't get back there yet. And how long has the town been using the administrative overhead component of the full cost accounting model?
The town has been using this model initially in their development of rates for water and sewer cost recovery. We have used it in providing services to the landfill in the same kind of concept. We have developed this through just looking at what it's costing us to provide services. And so we've looked at it. So the administrative overhead that you see here in these examples is something that we have just started for the different services, just realizing that these types of costs were not being included in the overall cost to provide the services.
Okay, so let's go back. You've been doing it with the landfill for some period of time, is that right?
That is correct.
And do you have any idea how long?
I'm not 100% sure. I'd be guessing if it was 2015 thereabouts. It could be earlier.
Okay, that's okay, ballpark's fine.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned another service area, and then you said you're using that to capture, I'm going to paraphrase, and I'm not trying to misstate what you're saying, I'm just trying to catch it. You said you're using that in the way you described here in your statement, and the way that you exemplified in that cemetery example of the last page of the statement on page 91. Can you give me a time frame for how long you've been using it for the other areas other than landfill? Landfill is sort of a standalone, correct?
That is correct, yes. So this is something that is a new calculation that we've done in just understanding what it costs to provide the service.
Okay, so new meaning like the last year or two?
Yes.
And I think you said you were doing it in development work too. And was that more, is that a longer term? Or is it sort of between the landfill and the more recent use in other areas?
I'm not certain. We don't use it in development, but we were using it for water and sewer, and probably since 2012.
Okay, sorry, I misspoke then, and it's my error, not yours. So water and sewer, you were following the Alberta Environment recommendation, or some portion of it, yes?
That is correct.
And so, the functions for which you've been using this component of the full cost accounting, this administrative overhead component, are set out in your tab 3, appendix 3, which is that spreadsheet, the capital, sorry, it's at page 79, Ms. Adler, the capital operating budget summary, correct?
That is correct.
And is the reason that you have 2020 and 2021 listed for those various functions, starting with unfunctionalized revenue, which I will confess I do not know what that means, and then the last one, library, for each of those functions, you list 2020 and 2021 because those are the years in which you've been doing this. Is that right?
This statement was used. This is a statement that is part of our package when we do our budget. So I used it to demonstrate what this would look like for 2021.
Right, and was 2020, I guess my question could have been simpler. Was 2020 the first year that you were applying this administrative overhead to these functions that you list in this table?
That is correct.
Okay. Except for you do talk about water operation, sanitary sewer operation. Maybe those are an exception, I take it.
That is correct.
And so can you explain what unfunctionalized revenue is for me?
Unfunctionalized revenue for the town is including such things as our franchise fees for power and gas. They would be revenues that are miscellaneous. They would include our penalty revenue. They would include investment revenue, things like that, that are not pertaining to a specific function.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And so if I understand this correctly, if I pull out, just for example, an example here, Parks and Recreation, the second one from the bottom. So 2020, is that an actual number?
These are budget numbers.
Budget, okay, for 2020, and then similarly for 2021?
That is correct.
And what this represents, if I carry forward, I think the explanation that you've made. So for cemetery, when we did that example that was on page 91, I'm not asking you, Ms. Amber, to go back to page 91, I'm just saying, on page 91, that example of the cemetery that you gave, that is an apportionment of the number that I see, the numbers here that say cemetery, right below FCSS, that starts with the the budgets for 2021, and then it has expenditures, surplus, deficit, et cetera. It would have come out of which one of those columns, the numbers that you have on your example on page 91?
It would be under the operating expenditures under the column of 2021, specifically cemetery would be the $108,494.
Great. And so that then correlates to how, when I see the 0.28% again there in the column that's headed total administrative overhead, that's the portion that's applied for that function, is the 0.28. And then if I look up throughout those, for example, road transportation attracts 14.4%. Yes.
That is correct.
Okay. And then Parks and Recreation gets 22.08.
Oh, sorry, just let me correct you there. There is two columns, sorry. So if you look at the cost share administrative overhead percentage, I've got some notes below to show that if it was calculated based on the number in the column under 2021, this is what the rates were. They have been adjusted with, so the amount for parks would actually be 19.15%. And then if you look at the note 5, it explains to you why that has been changed.
The notes at the bottom, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay, so, and sorry, I was not looking at the cost share. I was really just looking at the total administrative overhead. This is for your purposes, the total administrative overhead, and then there's a separate calculation for the cost share, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I wasn't meaning to mislead you. I really was only looking, I didn't get as far as you yet. I'm still looking at total administrative overhead. And so what I see that, as I understand it, and I need you to correct me if I'm mistaken, in applying this component of full cost accounting, the administrative overhead component, to these budgeting areas that the functions, sorry, I should call them functions, the functions that are listed in the left-hand column. The second last from the right, the total administrative overhead, this is town numbers that you've sorted out what portion of those various components that go into the total administrative overhead are allocated to each of these different functions, correct?
I think you've got it right. The 33% represents administrative overhead that we're allocating for the various cost share services.
Okay, and so I'm not yet at the cost share administrative overhead. I'm still at total administrative overhead. And I'm saying for the town, before you get to the cost share calculation, that I want to make sure I'm following this and I have that part right, and then I'm going to move to cost share. So the total administrative overhead there, you're calculating it to get to 100 because you're going to allocate 100% of that administrative overhead between these areas, correct?
That is correct.
And then only some of those items end up in the cost share administrative overhead, correct?
That is correct.
Are you able to tell me, can we stick with Parks and Recreation just for a moment? You're able to, if I understand correctly what you said, 22.08% in the town's number becomes 19.15%, because if I look down at note 5, it says recreation has been adjusted to reflect the total operating expenditures for recreation of $7,406,793. Right?
That is correct.
Okay. And where there are adjustments, where there's no adjustments, there's no note. So for example, FCSS, and then where there is an adjustment, you've noted it and then explained it below with those asterisks and the numbers.
That is correct.
Okay. And so this is relatively new, I take it then in the cost sharing, the allocation of the administrative overhead items. Will, for each of those functions, will it be a similar sort of set of, I appreciate that when we're looking at the positions, so if I'm back on page 91, maybe please turn to page 91. Just want you to have it in front of you when I'm asking this question. So page 91, those different positions, the position themselves may vary. For example, if I used recreation, there's going to be the director of recreation, correct? As opposed to maybe the director of community safety, although maybe the director of community safety is there too, but there's for sure going to be our recreation director, correct?
Actually, the Director of Community Services is directly coded to recreation, so they are not included in the administrative overhead.
Sorry, say that for me again. I didn't catch it. I apologize.
Oh, no problem. So the Director of Community Services is directly coded to recreation and therefore will not be included in the administrative overhead.
So 100% of that salary and benefits goes to that?
Not necessarily, but because they are already allocated to that particular department in service, we do not include them in this administrative overhead.
And so if a portion of the Director of Community Services is allocated as part of the administrative overhead for other positions, whatever's left of the 100%, would it go to recreation?
Sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, I'm really sorry for my inelegance in dealing with this. I'm trying my best. But what I'm trying, I'm going to see if I can think about it in a more clear way. What I'm trying to ask is, I'm going to use a concrete number just so it's easier for me to conceptualize what I'm asking you. If I were to say the Director of Community Services, you're saying that that position is coded to recreation, correct?
That is correct.
And by coded, do you mean there's an account in the GL under recreation and the whole amount goes there?
There is a portion of the Director of Community Services coded or allocated, coded under a GL account to recreation. They are also coded to FCSS, so there is an apportionment. The Director of Community Services is not part of the administrative overhead. Because it's a direct cost, or I might be using the wrong word, but the entire amount is split between, I take it, those two, is it only those two areas, the FCSS and recreation? I think so. I'd have to go back. There may be, I think that is correct. I'd have to go back and take a look, but yes, I believe so. Okay, and so I'm not going to wedge you to that answer, but can we use that as an example so I can just follow through and make sure I'm following? For sure. And I'm not going to hold you to your memory. And so I believe you when you say, as of right now, you believe that it's split between those two. There may be something else, but right now, this is what you believe, and that's what I'm going to work with. Okay? Okay. Okay. So, and I'm not saying that that's the end all be all answer, but I'm going to use your example. So, or what you believe to be true is, I'm calling it an example. So let's just say for the discussion, 78% of the position is coded, of the Director of Community Services is coded to recreation, and 22%, I don't need to know the actual percentages right now, I just am using that as an example. 22% is allocated to FCSS. Those would be akin to, they're essentially the actual number, whatever that would be. So if the person's salary is $100,000, $78,000 is coded to recreation as an expense to
to operate recreation as a function, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then carrying on with that example, $22,000 out of that $100,000 would be coded to FCSS as just a cost of that function. I got that right?
That is correct.
Okay, I think I follow you now. Thank you so much for your patience with me. And so, oh, sorry, my colleagues just reminded me of the time. Ms. House, it is 12:17. I can probably solidify my thoughts over lunch if you like. This has been heavy lifting for me, I'll admit. So I'm happy to come back, and then if there's any residual questions on that, I'll try to keep them tight and then move on and finish with Ms. Briney.
Okay, so we'll take a half an hour. We'll come back at 12:50. Okay,
Bye,
so
Sarah.
10 to 1. All right,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Sorry.
We ready to go?
Yes, Ms. House.
Oops. Slow to the draw.
Ms. Roberts, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Ms. Barney, last when we broke for lunch, we were at tab 3. Tab 3 of your reply statement, that capital operating budget summary, administrative overhead. I just have a couple quick questions on this left. First of all, oh, so sorry, I was just gonna, oh. Page 79, please.
Sorry, that's the rebuttal, I believe. Yeah.
I can't see a document at all. Was that there? Okay, great. I looked away just with them on. So if I understood your evidence correctly, there's this apportionment, we were using an example of the community services director's salary and benefits, and that sorry, I think we might have been talking just about the salary. Was benefits included in that when it's coded? Is it the global number of salary plus benefits?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so when we went from that we were looking at an example where we presumed that that a portion of that went to recreation and a portion went to FCSS and nowhere else. And am I correct in understanding that the decision making about what goes into that salary number, what the salary number is and what the benefits are, those are decisions that are made by the town alone, correct?
I'm not quite understanding the question. Are you talking about the Director of Community Services salary and benefits that get coded between two different functions?
I'm asking who determines salary?
Oh, that would be the town, sorry, correct.
That's okay. And what about benefits?
That would be the same.
Okay. And so what about if we go back to page 91 for a moment, and we're looking at that administrative overhead fee, and then we also had the lower number with the overhead was allocated in the 2021 budget, and I had that employee benefits. The employee benefits, are those amounts determined as well just by the town?
They are determined through the permanent employee policy manual that is adopted by council. So they are determined by the town.
Okay. And no consultation with the county on salary and benefits that are captured within the salary and benefits. If I'm looking at, for example, page 91, the top half of that table, and no consultation with the county with respect to employee benefits, just to use those two examples.
That is correct.
Okay. And similarly, the very decision about where to allocate whether to code a salary entirely into given areas or whether to allocate it as part of administrative overhead, those decisions are made by the town as an autonomous entity, correct?
That is correct.
But where there is cost sharing, they're passed on to the county, correct?
That is correct.
So can I have you look back at page 79, which is tab 3. If I look at the cost share administrative overhead allocation there, It's 1.43% for transit. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
You're familiar with the cost share agreement, correct?
Yes, I am.
Is transit in there?
The cost share agreement that was in place from 2008 to 2019, transit was not named specifically in that agreement.
Okay, thank you. And what about economic development? Are you aware of what that allocation there is 0.66%, and there is a note that said it's been adjusted, the number's been adjusted to reflect the total operating expenditures for the Forest Interpretive Center. Is that what I would be looking at there in that 0.66% as an allocation of that administrative overhead relating to FIC, the Forest Interpretive Center?
That is correct.
And road transportation, the 4.06% that's allocated there under the last column for road transportation. Can you tell me what that is?
The amount for the administrative overhead is what you're, or the allocation for the administrative overhead?
For cost share, the cost share number of 4.06%. What does that refer to? Is that in terms of cost share? What are you allocating there?
This is for the cost incurred for the maintenance and operation of arterial roads and collector roads.
Okay. And there's a note there that says roads administrative overhead has been adjusted to reflect total operating expenditure for railways. Can you tell me what that means?
For sure. I apologize. That is also included in there. Railways, this is for the operating costs for railways and repairs and maintenance.
And is that spelled out in the cost share agreement?
In the cost share agreement for 2008 to 2019, that was not named specifically in the agreement.
So who made the decision to allocate it under the cost share in your budget?
I'm not sure. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, who decided to put it in the cost share allocation to the county, for the county to pay if it's not in the cost share agreement?
I'm not sure how to answer that. That wasn't in the previous cost share agreement, but I do know that in our evidence, we have included documents for road transportation.
The decision to include things in the cost share for this administrative overhead calculation that you've prepared here, did you decide those things based on the witness statements, or did someone instruct you?
The administrative overhead was applied to all cost shared functions that we have included in our evidence documents, so that everything was treated equally. And so that is the basis for them being included in this particular calculation.
What do you mean treated equally?
Meaning that for all items that we've provided evidence on that we have included in our evidence documents, that each one would have a component of administrative overhead.
I see. And this is not something that historically, before the agreement was terminated, that was being done, correct?
That is correct.
And And similarly, if I look at the line item, for example, for police protection, that 0.63%, that is not a reflection of RCMP provided policing services. That's something else, correct?
That is correct. It is not related to policing services.
Can you explain the note to me for number one, that it's beside the police protection number, and it refers to community programming expenditures, but I don't understand how it relates to police administrative overhead, so I'm hoping you can help me understand that.
So you probably will get better information from Mr. Titian when he's here, but what this relates to for community program would be for those costs that the town continues to provide for crime prevention programming, community policing position, those type of expenditures.
And so what does the 243,226 refer to? Is that number been backed out of a global number, or what is that?
This number reflects the net number for those services that I described previously for community policing position and crime prevention programming.
So we're not talking about policing costs because those are apportioned now by the province to each of the county and the town, and they each pay their own bill for that policing, the actual policing service, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so this community programming, this $243,226, that's what, I think if I understand your evidence correctly, you're saying that's what Mr. Titian says, those additional services cost, things like, I'm gonna just name some off the top of my head because I don't remember all of them, but for example, Eagle Tower victim services or fingerprinting, those are the things we're talking about here?
Actually, it does not include Eagle Tower victim services. The town and the county each pay their own separately, but victim services, I'm just trying to remember where that falls under. It's crime prevention programming, like the party program that's offered in the schools for the children or the students. It's those types of programming.
And is there something specific in the cost share agreement that references those costs?
In the cost share agreement, it speaks to policing. It doesn't, I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but it does, costs are not broken down to that level of detail.
Is it fair to say that the town decided what it wanted to put in this administrative overhead table that you have put together here based on its interpretation of the evidence in this ICF proceeding?
That would be correct.
Thank you. Am I correct in understanding that the town provides complimentary memberships to the Miller Center for certain employees?
That would be correct as part of our benefit program.
Is that part of the second, like the employee benefits one that's on that page 91, the one that's in the lower top part of the table? Return to page 91. I think you gave me the example before. All I caught was your employee family assistance program and social club. but would it be in with those? Is that what you mean by employee benefits?
I'm just trying to think if it includes those or not. We used to code that there. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to go back, but
So it might be under the 2021 salary and benefits, just in this example on page 91. The membership to the, what I'll call the Miller Center, might be up under the top benefits item and not the employee benefits item.
that is correct.
Do you know offhand who all, like which employees of the town get free memberships to the Miller Center?
The employees that are permanent, full-time, will receive a membership for the family. Employees that are casual will receive, I'm not even sure if it's casual, so I have to bear with me. It could be permanent part-time, only get a membership for themselves. It does vary on the type of employment that they have.
So full-time, whether they're salary or whether they're hourly wage, they would still get a family membership if they were permanent and full-time.
That is correct.
Okay. And then the others, I think you were somewhat uncertain, but it's part-time, casual, you're not 100% sure, but part-time, I think you said would be only for themselves, and it's the casual, you're not 100% certain.
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain on the part-time, permanent part-time, but I do believe that their membership is just for themselves. The casual, again, I'm not 100% sure on that, if they get any membership at all.
Okay, and what about the volunteer firefighters? Do they also get memberships?
The volunteer firefighters do get memberships.
Okay. And what about members of the RCMP? And I don't mean like civilian that are delivering those crime prevention services that you're talking about. I assume those are town employees, but I'm talking about actual RCMP members, meaning officers. Do they also get a membership at the Miller Center?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Any other volunteers besides firefighters?
I believe the ambulance does as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if I might have just 2 minutes, I'm just gonna quickly check if I have any other questions and make sure I'm wrapped up, and then hopefully we'll let you get out of here, Miss Barney.
Thank you. 2 minutes.
Hi, Ms. Barney. I have, if I may, Ms. House, I just have a couple of questions. Ms. Barney, I just had first one question with respect to the things I just asked you about on the volunteers. Who administers I'm gonna do my best to not make this confusing, but I'm assuming that people get either a card or they're recorded somewhere as having a membership. Who looks after that for the people that get free memberships?
That would be the community services department.
Right, so somebody in that department would look after that?
That is correct.
Got it. Okay, and then do any employees of the county or volunteers with the county receive memberships, complimentary memberships to the Miller Center?
I'm not aware of their benefit program, so I can't answer that.
But not from the town. The town doesn't give any county employees or volunteers a membership at the Miller Center.
No, we do not.
Okay. Those are all my questions for you, Ms. Barney. Thank you very kindly.
Mr. Ward, any questions?
Ms. House, just two questions very briefly for clarification. Would you mind putting up page 79 again of Ms. Barney's witness statement?
One moment.
Thank you. Ms. Barney, do you recall my friend asking you the question that where there is cost sharing, the administrative costs are passed on to the county? Do you recall agreeing to that question?
Yes, I do.
And I think you also answered that you started tracking administrative overhead in this way in 2020. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so is it the case that for the amounts actually billed under the cost sharing agreement up until the end of 2019, am I correct that those would not have included this approach to administrative overhead?
That is correct.
All right. And then if I can get you to go back to the last page 91 of Ms. Barney's statement. My friend also asked you some questions about the allocation of overhead or for a particular position such as the Director of Community Services. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
Is there ever a circumstance where the total allocation between the direct costs or overhead would exceed 100% of the salary?
No, there is not.
Thank you, Ms. Howes. Those are my only clarification questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Barney, thank you very much for your time. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Good thing I had nothing arising, Ms. House. Just kidding. I didn't have anything for you, Ms. Barney. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Do you want me to get Mr. Tintishan right now, I assume?
Yes, please.
Just for your information, I do not have bookmarks on his statement for the fire. So I will have two, and if there's anything that's being redacted, I'll bring the unbookmarked one up. But I have no way of knowing it was 900 pages, so.
Okay, we're going to make sure we get you that one. I suspect, Ms. Roberts, based on what you said before in the 45 minutes, you may not be focusing on fire in any event, but Yeah, we'll make sure that you get it.
I can have it ready for tomorrow, but I just wanted to let you know that I will need to know if something that is redacted, so I don't bring it up.
Okay, so I think we can be sure that we won't get to fire today. If that makes things simpler, and that would make me more comfortable than worrying about a redaction issue, Mr. Ward.
Yes.
So, but I don't think it's going to be an issue in any event. We'll probably get to 2 or close to 2 without getting there. I'm just going to excuse myself very briefly, but I think that Ms. O'Kelly is ready to go ahead if Mr. Tumshish is ready to start. I'll be right back.
Mr. Doug Timtishyn, Tymchysyn.
That's correct.
Sir, I'm Deborah Howes. I'm the arbitrator. Our practice in the hearing is to ask witnesses to make a civil promise called an affirmation to tell the truth in the hearing. Any objection to doing so?
No,
Okay. Doug Timtishyn, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Ward will proceed to ask you questions, and then Ms. O'Kelly will ask you questions.
Mr. Timchishin, did you prepare a statement in this arbitration with respect to police services dated June 28, 2021?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. And is that your signature that we see on the document?
Yes, it is.
And was this statement true and accurate to the best of your knowledge at the time you swore that statement?
Yes, it was.
Does it remain true and accurate to the best of your knowledge today?
Yes.
Ms. Howe is subject to any objection. I'd ask that be the next exhibit.
Ms. O'Kelly, any objection?
No objection. Thank you, Ms. Howard.
Will be exhibit 20.
All right, and Mr. Timchishin, did you also swear a statement in this arbitration with respect to fire services dated June 29, 2021?
Yes, I did.
Just give Ms. Ambler a second to pull that one up. And Mr. Timchishin, is that your signature that we see on that document?
Yes, it is.
And was this statement true and accurate to the best of your knowledge at the time it was sworn?
Yes.
Does it remain true and accurate to the best of your knowledge today?
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Howe is again subject to any objection. I would ask that be the next exhibit.
Ms. O'Kelly, do you have any objection?
No objection. Thank you.
That'll be exhibit 21.
Thank you, Ms. House. I'm happy for my friend to proceed with her cross-examination whenever she's ready.
Ms. O'Kelly, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Ms. Howes. Just pronounce your last name for me, sir, so I don't butcher it.
Timchisyn.
Timchisyn?
Timchisyn.
Timchisyn. Okay, thank you, Mr. Timchisyn. You are currently the Director of Community and Safety with the Town of Whitecourt. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm the Director of Community Safety here at town.
And how long have you been in that position?
Almost 4 years.
And prior to that, were you employed in the town of Whitecourt?
No, I was not.
What was did you ever have any prior experience with policing prior to joining the town of Whitecourt?
Yes, I did. I was Chief Administrative Officer for the County of Barhead.
And have you ever worked directly in policing? Are we ever working for a police service?
I've never worked for a police service, no.
Now, I understand that in April of 2020, the cost sharing between the county and the province and the town of Whitecourt and the province changed. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yep.
And can you just describe for us how that changed?
Up until August, or excuse me, April 1st, 2020, the town had a contract with the RCMP to deliver service for all the policing within the region, including Woodlands County. And starting April 1st, 2020, Woodlands County commenced to pay the province of Alberta directly for their frontline policing costs.
And so what remains from your point of view is partially the at paragraph 7, you talked about the administrative assistants and clerical staff. Is that something that remains that's not covered by the province?
Yes, these, sorry, can you tell me where to look again?
So I want to ask you about the remaining that's not paid directly to the province by both the county and the town. And so I think one of the first issues that would be subject to possible cost sharing is the administrative assistants and clerical staff
Yes.
and a part-time crime prevention coordinator.
And sorry, Mr. Timtishin, I think was just asking to confirm the reference. Was it paragraph 7 that you were referring to?
That's my apology. Sorry, we can move to that.
Yes, what paragraph 7 is alluding to is that the town still continues to have costs for services that the county residents have access to. And yeah.
And if we go to paragraph 11,
Okay.
and are these additional cost sharing items that still exist following April 2020?
That is correct.
And with regards to the Whitecourt RCMP detachment, which is the first bullet point, does the province contribute to that at all?
The town of Whitecourt does get a rental payment from the province for the use of the town's detachment building.
And has that changed since April 2020?
That particular lease agreement is still under negotiation. So it has not changed at this point in time, but we anticipate a change in the future.
And I understand that under the provincial policing program, municipalities can apply for funding grants. Does that apply to detachment costs? Can you apply for funding grants from the province?
No, the only other funding we get is for the use of our building. Other than the actual assistance program we get for the police contract costs.
And so then so you get some funding for the detachment from the province, but you don't have that amount determined at this point in time.
We have an amount that's in place, but it should be subject to change based on the changes that occurred on April 1st, 2020.
And the second bullet point relates to services provided at the Whitecourt RCMP detachment.
Yes.
And I believe later on you refer to some similar services such as civil fingerprinting, criminal record checks. Are those one and the same, the services you're referring to here in the bullet point and the ones that you describe in more detail later on? That's some of the services, but some of the other services are just the
general reception that's provided to the public that comes into the attachment building seeking assistance.
And so those services outlined in the second bullet point, does the province provide any funding for those?
No, they do not.
And is the town of Whitecourt required to provide those services through the RCMP?
There's probably only
Go ahead.
one that we would be required to, because it's the I just looked that up too. It is the vulnerable sector screening. It can only be done by a police service. The other ones, if we didn't do it, I'm not sure where people would go to get it done.
So with regards to the vulnerable sector screening checks, is there a fee charge when someone seeks that kind of security clearance?
That's included in E on the next page, top of the next page.
I believe you're referring to page 8 of your statement. If we can start at page 7, just for context, please.
Sure.
And so subparagraph C, vulnerable sector, and then subparagraph D on the next page is the service fees. Is that what you're referring to?
That is correct.
And so the town of Whitecourt does not charge a fee for a vulnerable sector check if it's for a volunteer position. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it's a $30 fee for the fingerprints, or sorry, for the employment one.
Yes.
And who determines what that fee is?
These fees were set by the town council, through a review of comparable communities, the fees charged in other comparable communities.
And do those fees cover the cost of that service?
No.
And to your knowledge, does the county have any input into setting the fees for the vulnerable sector checks?
The only input they would have would be at the Protective Services Committee, where they have representation.
Who is on the Protective Services Committee?
The Protective Services Committee has 2 public members and 3 council members. Or sorry, 3 council members, 2 from the town and 1 from the county. And the public members can either be from the town or county. And currently we have 1 public member from the town and 1 from the county.
So I think, again, just to be clear, so we're on the same page, literally, Ms. Antler, that's at page 3, paragraph 9. And so there's 3 members, including the mayor, from the town council, is that correct?
That would be correct.
And there's 1 representative from the county, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then there's 2 public members, and that could be someone from the county, but not necessarily.
Not always necessarily, no.
Now, when we were at paragraph 11, sorry, I'm jumping around because we're talking about the same thing in various parts in your statement. But at paragraph 11, again, on that second bullet point, you said something along the lines, and I'm just going to paraphrase, that if the RCMP didn't provide those services, you're not sure where they would get that. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Okay. And have you looked into whether or not there are other service providers, for example, for fingerprinting?
I have not.
And in relation to the civil fingerprinting, and that's, sorry, again, it's paragraph 14 sub A.
Okay.
And just to confirm, you stated that this is not something that the RC, a service that the RCMP is required to provide, or the town is required to provide.
We're not required, no.
And if we go to the page 8 again, sub D for the service fees. This is the fingerprints there. There's fees that range anywhere from $30, or sorry, $0 to $80. Is that correct?
Yes,
And same thing for the vulnerable sector check. Are the fees set by council?
yes.
And does the process for determining the amount to be charged differ from the one you described for the vulnerable sector check?
All the fees on this chart were all determined using the same mechanism, the same type of comparative survey analysis.
And maybe just to make things easier, to your knowledge, do the fees on this chart cover the actual cost of providing those services?
To my knowledge, no.
Now, if we go back to paragraph 11, please, Ms. Antler. And related to that, we saw in Ms. Barney's evidence that she talked about community services that were related to policing. What are those community services?
Community services are basically the crime prevention services that utilize a school resource officer. And they would include, sorry. I thought I had a list here that I'd included, but oh, there we are. I'm sorry. So actually, I'm looking at section or paragraph 13. So there's the violent threat risk assessment. That's provided through the community. There's, as I talked about, the school resources officer that works in schools and with community groups. And it's regarding bullying awareness, computer safety, sextortion, helmet safety, other issues. The school action for emergencies component, where the RCMP make sure they have, and the schools are all aware of what to do in the event of an emergency response, and that all the information is there. I think Ms. Barney talked a bit about the Prevent Alcohol and Risk-Related Trauma in Youth program, as we refer to the PARTY program. And then, of course, we do specific campaigns in the schools regarding Halloween safety, paired driving, back to school speed zone type of things. And then the public awareness, and the one we do from more of an event is the Regimental Ball every 2 years. That brings the community together to celebrate the regiment and provide continued support for the RCMP in the community.
And if we could go back to the first part of paragraph 13, please,
Okay.
or, on page 4.
Yep.
And you state that residents from the town and the county benefit directly from crime prevention strategies and programs that are focused on emerging community trends, concerns, priorities that assist in building and maintain safe communities. And I'm wondering, how do you know that the county residents in particular benefit from crime prevention strategies?
This is based on the fact that the county has representation on our Protective Services Committee. And annually, that committee makes recommendations to both councils on the community policing priorities and initiatives that occur in this region.
And is there a mechanism used by that committee to track the benefit to county residents in particular?
We actually did a police satisfaction survey here. The Protective Services Committee passed a motion recommending that we do this survey in the community. Council agreed to do it. County Council declined to participate in the survey. However, the town did not discriminate between town and county resident responses when we collected the survey data.
And did you provide that survey with your statement?
I did not.
And in terms of the crime prevention strategies, who comes up with the strategy? Who's the author of that strategy?
Well, it essentially would stem from the Protective Services Committee review of policing statistics, other community initiatives that may be ongoing, their participation in associations, conferences, conventions, things like that, that they would bring back these. And of course, anything that we might garner from the community as feedback as to what might be important for this community as a whole.
And the Protective Services Committee, does it include any members of the RCMP?
Yes, it includes the detachment staff sergeant as a resource personnel.
And if we go to sub A of this paragraph, RCMP school resource officer. So these services that are providing under community services that are provided under sub A, who's giving these programs and providing these services?
That would be the school resource officer, which is actually one of our RCMP officers under contract.
And so he's already a full-time, or he or she is already a full-time employee of the RCMP.
That would be correct.
And so under sub A, is there a requirement to hire anybody else other than that individual?
The other person we have is a crime prevention coordinator, a half-time crime prevention coordinator that assists in, basically anything they need to do to assist in getting the programs, connecting with the schools, community groups, whatever needs to happen so that we can get our programs out there and get the information communicated, to work with those organizations to make them happen, those types of things.
Okay, and that crime prevention coordinator, are they an employee of the RCMP?
No, they are an employee of the town.
And they are not an officer, but rather a civilian employee?
They're a civilian employee, yeah.
And under sub B, this is the party program. Who delivers that service?
That is delivered through the school resource officer.
That's the same person under sub A.
Yes.
And sub C is campaigns.
Yeah.
Who delivers these campaigns?
That would be a combination of our RCMP members, the town's own community peace officer, and our bylaw officer.
Sorry, I didn't get the second one.
Our community peace officer?
And just for my awareness, is that someone who's employed by the province?
No, that individual is employed by the town.
And is there a counterpart in the county for the peace officer position?
I don't know. I wouldn't have that information.
And under sub D, stakeholders and partnerships, what are you referring to here? What is the service being provided?
These are just some of the stakeholders that we may talk to, or some of the people that we may coordinate with to deliver some of this programming throughout the community, depending what the program is and what its focus is. You know, victim services could be one that we'd be working with, but they are their own separate entity. The Wellspring Shelter, that kind of thing, if it's to deal with family violence, those types of things.
And are RCMP officers involved in that one?
Well, these are actually, I'm sorry, these are just the additional stakeholders and partnerships that we would form already using the RCMP and our own enforcement personnel.
Okay, thank you. And if we can go to the next page, please, Ms. Antler. The regimental ball, who organizes that?
Our crime prevention coordinator organizes that event.
And if you go to the next paragraph, which is paragraph 14. Just so I can understand the terminology used here, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Detachment in Whitecourt is served by 14 municipal members. Does that mean those are, what does that mean if you're a municipal member?
A municipal member means it's an RCMP member that's provided to our community under our RCMP policing contract and paid for by the town.
Okay, and so, and then same thing with the 6 provincial members, what does that mean?
Those are 6 RCMP members that are funded by the province.
And then the 4 municipal support staff, crime prevention, those are the individuals you referred to earlier, is that correct?
Yes, we have 3.5 positions in support and then the halftime crime prevention coordinator.
And where does the community liaison officer fit into that breakdown?
That would be one of our 14 municipal members.
Now, if we go back to paragraph 11, please, Ms. Antler. And under this, it says the town maintains costs to deliver resident program facility costs related to police services for the following. And under the 4th bullet point, it says school resource officer. Does the town pay that salary of that full-time member?
Yes, because it's one of our 14 municipal members that we pay for, we do pay the salary of that member.
That's through the agreement with the province. That's not separate from that.
That's correct.
And you're aware, have in the past, since April 2020, has the town applied for enhanced funding for any officers?
We're not aware of any funding that was available, otherwise we would have.
So you're not aware of the opportunity to apply for enhanced funding for full-time employees?
I'm sorry, I don't know if I understand your question.
You're not aware of any opportunity to apply for enhanced funding to hire full-time RCMP officers?
I'm not aware of that program being available.
Is the county of Woodlands, to your knowledge, serviced by any other RCMP detachment?
I don't have that exact information. What I've surmised through the Protective Services Committee discussions is that I believe there's a portion of their county that's maybe served by the Barhead detachment.
And just for my knowledge and for the record, is the town of Barhead in Woodlands County?
Because I was a CAO there, I can tell you, no, it's not. It's within the county of Barhead.
Ms. House, I believe those are almost all my questions, but I just want to confer with Ms. Robert and the client for a couple minutes, if I can ask your indulgence.
Okay, until 10 to, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Are you ready?
We might go, yeah.
Thank you very much. Just a couple more questions for you, sir. We were looking at earlier paragraph 14 of your statement. And Ms. House, would you like us to pull that up?
Yes.
And in particular, I don't think I clarified, the 6 provincial members, are those the members that are funded indirectly through the county?
Those are the 6 members that the county provides some funding towards, yes.
Okay. And they all work out of the Whitecourt detachment though?
All 20 members work out of the Whitecourt detachment, and any one of those 20 will go wherever that is necessary to respond to a call as needed.
And if we could go please to page 70, Ms. Andler, of the statement.
Okay.
70. And can you just describe for us what this map represents?
There should be, so what it's representing is those numbers of the county divisions, the 1 to 7. There should be a small little green line, oops, sorry, that you can see running kind of around the area 2 and kind of through part of the green 6 and through part of the purple 5 and then down around the 1. So it kind of takes in 2, 3, 4, 1, a bit of 5 and a little bit of 6. And those are these, what this map represents, that's the Whitecourt detachment area.
Okay. And what's on the other side of that detachment area?
I'm sorry, on the other side.
So you said you're describing this kind of faint green line that goes through
Yes.
a few of the sections. And the part to the left is the Whitecourt RCMP area.
Correct.
And what's the part to the top right, 6 and 7 there?
I don't have that information. My guess would be that it could be Swan Hills and or Barhead that respond in those areas.
And with regards to going back to those 14 members,
Yes,
my understanding is that the 14 members are restricted to responding to calls, for example, in the area to the left, the Whitecourt RCMP area. Is that correct?
the Whitecourt, yes, that entire Whitecourt RCMP area, yes.
So if something happens in Marithorpe or Fort Assiniboine, those 14 members don't respond.
That really depends on the magnitude of the incident. The RCMP have been known to pull members from other communities if there's a major event somewhere that needed assistance, but typically they would just stay within that RCMP area.
And with regards to the other 6 members, which are, we'll call them county funded, but provincial members, do they respond to that upper quadrant there?
No, they do not. They also respond with within that RCMP area. All 20 of those members respond within that area.
And so you're not aware of who services that top area?
I don't have that, no.
Okay, thank you, sir, very much for your time today. Those are all my questions.
Ms. Ward?
Nothing rising, Ms. House.
Sir, I just have one question on this map that you were just being asked about. Can you give me a sense of where the county boundaries fall within that?
What the entire color area represents all of Woodlands County. And each of those different colored areas represents an electoral division within Woodlands County.
Accept them collectively.
Okay, anything arising from my question?
Not
No,
from you,
thank
Ms. House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Timtishin. We appreciate your time. You're free to go. So I think that takes us to the end of today. I understand tomorrow that we have, well, we were scheduled to have Mr. Timtishin. He's coming back for
Fire.
tomorrow, right? Okay. And Mr. Smeal is coming. Smeal, Smile?
Smeal.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And Ms. Roberts, are you planning on focusing on any particular sections of Mr. Smeal's evidence tomorrow? I mean, obviously we'll introduce all the statements, but in the way that you've done with the other witnesses, I just wanted to see if there is some that you're starting with for the purpose of tomorrow.
Oh, you mean the subject matter areas, like roads, for example?
That's right.
Oh, yeah, we can start with roads and rail because we have Mr. Timtishin. And I just have a question about Brian Wynn. Brian Wynn put in a portion of the evidence in fire. I just wondered if you were calling him.
No, we were not planning on calling him. I think we indicated that if there was a concern from you or the arbitrator, we would make him available, but no, we don't intend to call him as a witness.
Okay, well, I'll see if Mr. Timtishin can answer questions about what he's had to say that you put in evidence, and then I'll decide whether I need to ask Madam Arbitrator for anything. So that's fine. We can deal with that tomorrow. Yeah, so with respect to Mr. Snell, I think we will be starting with the sort of narrower subject matters and then maybe to his general evidence.
Okay, thank you.